on his feet and legs. If I'm going to criticize him in any way, I would like to make more of his length from his last rib back, and I'd really like to improve his head. I realize that breed character is a moving target in most of our breeds these days, but for me, I think we need to get rid of that white fiber around his ears and clean it, just overall refine and improve his breed character to improve the ram today. Thank you.
Results from your Southdown show: yearling rams, first to Molly Gobley-Schubert, second to Kira Gravel, third to Amanda Rapp. Southdown exhibitors, there's only 2 falls and 2 January, so please make sure your Februaries are up ringside. Thank you.
Well, just 2 rams here in our Southdown ring for our fall class. I think a logical start with this ram we got in first place. A very balanced type of ram. You like the length of spine. Handles extremely well and fresh along that top. Maybe like to put a nickel more muscle down in that leg, but I mean, that's just getting petty for a very nice, well-balanced ram with good breed type about the head. Young man here in second, you know, just not quite the power and performance as we have at a ram ahead of him, a ram that I'd like to see a little bit more testicular development in this ram. On a side note, let's give this young man in the blue a big round of applause. This is the very first time he's ever handled the sheep, and he's joined us here. Welcome to the sheep world, my friend.
Southdown exhibitors, we're ready for your senior champion ram. Can we have your first and second place yearling rams and first and second place seniors back in the ring at this time, please?
2 nice rams here in our junior buck lamb in the natural colored division here. Lambs that looks like considerable age difference in him. Lamb here that shows me a lot of size and scale. He's got a little bit of a stage fright, so he's not giving me a good look. But when he does behave, he's pretty structurally correct and got a good solid fleece on him. Pretty interesting lamb here in a second here from a structural standpoint. Straight as a string down his top, you know, really profile's nice. But I think he's just got a lot of time yet ahead of him yet to get better. But for today, he's just not enough to him to get up ahead of our first place ram. 2 nice rams, congratulations.
Results from your natural colored senior ram lambs: first to Morgan Syme, second to Caitlin Willard, third Mackenzie Carr. Results of your natural colored junior ram lambs: first to Caitlin Willard, second to Morgan Syme.
Three Suffolk rams with some give and take between them. We're starting the class with the most massive masculine ram in the class. He is long-sided, he is long-hipped, he's good out over his dock. He has a good classic Suffolk masculine head. I like that about him for sure. Maybe we'd like to slick those legs up a little bit, but maybe that's there on purpose to improve the visual quality of his bone. But nevertheless, a ram that I think slots into first pretty nicely. Ram here in second is a little bit more of a problem for me. He is a long-sided, big volume kind of ram. He is also the lightest made ram in this class. He gives up a lot of bone and a lot of masculinity to the ram ahead of him, but nevertheless a ram with a lot of usefulness about him. The ram here in third just kind of falls into third. His feet and legs for me today do not justify getting him any higher in this class, particularly those front feet are going about 5 different directions when he's on the move, and we'd sure like to improve his pasterns and so forth. ram this age that's got this many structural issues probably isn't going to get better as he gets older. Thank you.
4 nice rams here in our champion ram in the natural color division. Pretty easy for me. We're going to use our 2 senior bucks here for champion and reserve. I like their makeup. I like the fleeces on them and that. Just a nice pair for champion and reserve. Congratulations.
Well, over here in our South Down Ring Senior Drive, I think, we got a nice set of rams out here, rams that are true to their breed. But for me today, we just got way too much power in these 2 yearling bucks to go not use them for champion and reserve.
A nice set of Suffolk Rams, particularly the 3 closest to me for our show at the Northeast show this morning. Sorry, got my tongue tangled up there this morning. For me, the big buck, the yearling buck, will be your champion. He's by far the most complete, thickest, heaviest made ram in the class. He's really structurally correct and long-sided. Reserve gets a little closer, but we're going to go ahead and use this senior slick-shorn ram as your reserve ram. I don't love his head, but there's a lot of great things about him. Thank you.
In the natural colored ring, your champion ram was the first place senior ram lamb exhibited by Morgan Syme. Reserve was second place senior ram lamb exhibited by Caitlin Willard. Congratulations.
Over here in our South Down ring, I think we got 2 real good examples of young South Down rams. But our ram that's starting this class here, but man, he's just big and bold and powerful. Very balanced type of sheep from stem to stern, gets out on a good set of legs. This is a young ram. I wouldn't be afraid right now to send him out to see some ladies. I greatly appreciate this. But young ram in here, boy, you get him on his shoe ring presence. Very cool made, very up-fronted type of ram. Ram that I just like to maybe put a little bit more gas in the tank. When you hand him across the top, maybe drop that middle rib and flank on him just ever so slightly, just to balance him up a little bit more to get ahead of the ram that wins the class.
Results from the Suffolk show. Your champion ram was the first place fitted yearling ram exhibited by Logan Mills. Your reserve champion was the slick shorn yearling ram exhibited by Andrew Friedenstein. Your best headed ram was the champion ram, the yearling exhibited by Logan Mills. Congratulations. Results from the South Down ring. Senior ram lambs, first and second to Robert Kaczynski. Your senior champion ram was the first place yearling ram exhibited by Molly Goblay-Schubert. Your reserve senior champion ram was the second place yearling exhibited by Kira Gravel. Your South Down January ram lamb results, first to Katie Drum, second to Sarah Wilson.
Really nice ewes here in our natural colored yearling ewe division. In a perfect world, I'd like to combine bits and pieces of both of these sheep, and we'd really have a really smoking good one. I like the structure on this sheep in the front when you get her on the move. I like the way she carries out of her front end. I'd like to put a little bit more bone underneath her. She's got some wool on her legs, but I'd like to maybe for her size give her a little bit more bone on those legs. But from a standpoint of moving around the rings, that's where she excels in the strength of top and that. Ewe in second, pretty good fleece on that sheep. Got a lot of natural thickness in body. Where she struggles is moving around the ring off that back end. She just gets to roach her top and get those legs up underneath her. But like I said, two really nice shoes that if we could pick them and put them together, we'd have a really good one. So congratulations. Three pretty nice natural colored ewe lambs. There's some difference in this particular class. Just a really attractive sheep that moves around the ring pretty nicely. Get to open that fleece up and it doesn't disappoint you. And that just this sheep just says, I want to be a show sheep. You know, she just made that way up to her front end. Just elegant in her makeup and that. A little bit more thicker ewe that I really like for her body shape and her length of side. Kind of like our ewe in that last class, I'd like to free her up a little bit on the move off that back end. But I think you get her bred to the right ram, got a pretty cool lamb. Another just falls into second pretty nicely. And then a smaller version of her first ewe there in a third, that's really straight down her top. Maybe doesn't move as freely as our top ewe in that, but just a nice complete sheep to finish out our class. Congratulations.
Southdown March Ram Lambs, please come to the holding area. Southdown March Ram Lambs, please come to the holding area and check in, please.
Six ewes with some give and take amongst them, things that you like about each of them, things that you would like to change about each one of them. We're going to start the class with the ewe that I feel combines the fewest faults with the most good things to win this class. She's a very up-fronted, extended sheep. She runs uphill the correct direction from back to front. She's really feminine. She's good on her feet and legs. Would we like to stouten her up just a little bit? You bet. Would like to change the way she gets around off those rear two? Yes. But she is nonetheless a very straight, very long-sided, very long hind-saddled ewe with a lot of good things about her. Ewe in second is more of a brood ewe type of a sheep. She's bigger bodied, she's deeper chested, she's wider at the ground and up through her shoulder. A ewe with a lot of practical value, a ewe that if I could change in any way, and I'll stipulate that I understand that the wool is worth nothing, but we'd sure like to clean up this fleece a little bit. She's carrying a lot of fiber for me today. Ewe in third was a ewe that when she walked in the ring, I thought, well, this one's over with. I've got a nice one to start with. And then I put my finger in her mouth. And if there was two other ones in here that were off in the mouth, I'd say, okay, I'm just going to throw that out and not worry about it. But she is the only one in here that's off in the mouth. Her bottom jaw is long, and it's not just a little bit. A ewe that is tremendous from the side view. She's beautifully presented. She has just a world of good things about her. I just can't get around that mouth to get her any higher today. Ewe in fourth is not wanting to be here today. She's given the young lady a ration and then some. A very big outline kind of a ewe, very straight, long, probably the tallest at their shoulder in the class. A ewe that when you put them in motion tucks those 4 feet all together and just kind of dances around the ring, and that does not speak well for her long-term future. And then a pair of ewes here in fifth and sixth, ewes that have a lot of value to go home in a breeding program and get bucked up a little bit different, but just don't have the size and scale and structure to compete with the 4 ewes ahead of them. Thank you.
Nice class of junior ewe lambs here in our natural colored class. Just a nice deep class. Some differences in sizes, different types of sheep, a little bit of difference in fleeces and that. The most complete sheep in the class from a structural standpoint, from the way she's built through her front end, and just getting around the ring along with having a good quality fleece is our ewe we're starting with. Just a nice complete sheep in all aspects. We have a pair of a little more extreme ewes here in second and third. The ewe here in second, probably a little bit better down her top when you get your hands on her, but doesn't have quite the front end of her ewe there in third. Ewe in third looks like a really young ewe that's going to be really, really a big yearling ewe and grow into something, but for right now, she just doesn't have enough to her. She's a little flatter in her rib makeup, and a little bit shallower in her flank for my liking. Then we follow up here in fourth and fifth with 2 sheep that have pretty good fleeces on them, a little bit different kind of sheep, a little smaller in their makeup, and different breeding, but 2 quality sheep to finish out the class. Congratulations.
I'll be the first to admit there's multiple types and kinds as we see in this class here today. I took a little bit longer to get them sorted out, but I think when you go to check all the boxes, this ram here that starts the class checks the most. I mean, for his age, he's big and bold. You like the bone about this ram. You like the length of spine, the capacity he has. He's got that masculine design about him and walks out on a real sound set of feet and legs. Maybe like to stretch that hip out, put more of a maternal type hip in him to be a solid breeding buck. But I greatly appreciate this ram. Ram here in second. You know, I love the breed type about this ram. Yes, I'm old school, I'll admit it, but you know, if you want something to kind of clean up your heads and put that mousy back in him, he's kind of old school, cool in a modern design package. Yeah, we'd like to have him a little bit longer from stem to stern, but a very balanced ram, a ram that gets out extremely smooth on his feet and legs. I really can't see him going any lower in the class here today. Ram we got coming out in third. Yes, he is a little bit longer spined and handles a little bit longer than the ram here in second. Just when I get him out on the move, I'd like to free him up just ever so slightly on those rear wheels. I'd like to see a little bit more testicular development in this ram to get him any higher here today. Ram that comes out here when he first came into the ring, I'm a, whoa, this is the cat to watch. The problem we get this ram here, he's very masculine and bold in the front, but when you get him on that side profile, he wants to get that dock way above that loin. He likes to hinge quite a bit in that hip loin juncture. If I could really fix that on him, stretch that hip out, I think we'd have a winner here. Just on a structural standpoint, this is where he suits me in fourth hole. Ram coming out here in fifth, a very nice type of ram, very balanced and complete type of sheep, but we just need to drop that middle rib, drop that flank on him. It's got a little bit of twist in those testicles. I don't know if that's going to end up hurting him in the long run. It's not overly concerning, but something that I noticed in this ram, so he'll roll here in our fifth hole.
We're here in our natural colored champion U drive, and I'm really pleased with the 6 individuals we have out here. There's one sheep that just pretty much says, pick me. After that, it becomes a little closer on our reserve. We'll go out and pick your champion of reserve natural colored U. Congratulations for bringing out a nice set of females.
Results of the Southdown February Ram Lambs. First to Amanda Rapp, second to Kira Gravel, third Cora Friedenstein, fourth William Wilds, fifth Olivia Mason, sixth Robert Kaczynski, seventh Molly Gobley Schubert, eighth to Brooklyn Gould. Results from your natural colored ring. Yearling ewes, first to Morgan Syme, second to Caitlin Willard. Natural colored senior ewe lambs, first to Morgan Syme, second Caitlin Willard, third Logan Fox. Natural colored junior ewe lambs, first to Morgan Syme, second Caitlin Willard, third Morgan Syme, fourth Riley Pleal, fifth Cooper Randall. Natural colored pair of ewe lambs, first to Morgan Syme, second to Caitlin Willard. Your natural colored champion ewe went to Morgan Syme with the senior ewe lamb, reserved to Morgan Syme with the junior ewe lamb. Congratulations.
Over here in our south down ring, this class kind of shook out pretty easily for me, and I think this ram that wins the class did it quite confidently as soon as he walked in the ring. Very sound up fronted type of ram, very balanced in his makeup. Even when you get your hands on him, he is the longest sheep in the class, and he's long in the right places. Very balanced in that rear one, that rear third, he's big and bold in that loin, but you appreciate the hip design that this ram has in him as well. Kind of a ram here in second. Once again, I love the breed type about this ram. I love the balance about this ram and the power he has. Just a little bit smaller package than our ram that wins the class, but it's just so balanced and complete. Not too many holes in this little dude, so for me, I just have to sift him out into the second place. As we come into our third place lamb, a ram is very up-fronted. He's long in his skeleton. A ram that we just need a little bit more stoutness about him in his front end, make him do a little bit more of a masculine look, if you will, to get him any higher in the class. Maybe thicken him up in that rear leg to get him any higher also. Same thing with the ram here in fourth, very nice profiling type of sheep. Just kind of runs out of gas a little bit in comparison to the rams ahead of him. Very nice performing type ram that we had to come here in fifth. He just kind of brought a knife to a gunfight here today.
Interesting class of slick, shorn Suffolk yearling ewes to get through today. There's some differences in type and kind, but nevertheless, I think they come together pretty nicely based on their own individual quality. I'm going to start this class with a ewe that I really like most things about her. She's extended and feminine without being frail or fine. She's really, really good through the front end. She's very clean about her front end. She's extended. She's really a nice kind of a ewe to look at. She's long-sided and long-topped. She's deep-bodied. She has a world of capacity and grow to her. A ewe that these slick-shorn sheep, I think, can use a good shot of sheep like this. If I can criticize her in any way, and I will, I sure would like to see her stouter off those rear pasterns. And as a word of advice from an old exhibitor, don't push back on her. If you need to move her rear legs, take her in a circle and let her walk into her feet, because every time you push back, those pasterns get just a little bit longer, and she doesn't need any of that. You here in second, you a long-sided, long-bodied, long, big, powerful kind of a sheep. She is a bulldog front, and she gives up some extension and femininity to our ewe in first, but you sure admire everything about this ewe in terms of her stoutness and her overall build and structure. A ewe that I think you can take home and be very excited about what she's going to do in the lambing pen for you, because this is a ewe that could live to be 15 years old and lamb every year. It's just a very useful, structural, rugged kind of a sheep. Two ewes here in third and fourth, very similar in their type and kind, maybe a little more youthful than our two ewes ahead. Ewes that give up some depth of side and some overall volume and mass, but ewes that are very clean in their makeup. They're good on their feet and legs. They're good on their front ends. They're feminine. They've got some extension, very useful kind of ewes. You here in fifth has given the young lady all she wants to get her showed here today, and I really commend her for staying with it. It's easy to give up on one that doesn't want to cooperate, and you never did. That's very good. A ewe that has a lot of volume and structure about her, a ewe that maybe just needs some overall extension and cleanliness of lines to compete with the 4 ewes ahead of her. Thank you.
Results from your natural colored ring exhibitors flock: first to Morgan Syme, second to Caitlin Willard. Your natural colored best fleece was awarded to Mackenzie Carr. Results from the Suffolk Ring yearling ewes: first to Olivia Mason, second and third to Phoebe Miner, fourth Eva Anderson, fifth and sixth Logan Mills. Suffolk Slickshorn yearling ewes: first to Nellie Hankinson, second Cooper O'Keefe, third Justin Huckowitz, fourth Andrew Friedenstein, fifth Dorothy Rex, sixth Justin Huckowitz, seventh Nellie Hankinson. Suffolk pair of yearling ewes: first to Nellie Hankinson, second Logan Mills, third Phoebe Miner, and fourth to Justin Huckowitz.
Single entry in our senior Slickshorn ewe lamb class. A very nice kind of a ewe. She's really good on her feet and legs. She's extended and feminine. She has a lot of broodiness and depth of body about her. Really high quality individual. Thank you for bringing her out.
Let's give our South Down exhibitors a nice big round of applause we have over here in our junior drive. I definitely going to pick out of this front row, and I think we got a little bit of variation. We got a January buck here that's big and bold and powerful, very stout from stem to stern, very open in that rib cage, balances up. I guess if we were going to be anything, we'd like to see a little bit more extension up through that front end, but I mean, that's just being picky on a very, very powerful January ram lamb. Very more modern type south down, if you will, we have here in the second hole, very extended up in that front end. Maybe like to bring him back in where that neck comes back in the shoulder if I'm going to get critical on him in this champion drive. But a very nice ram in his own right. You like the balance and symmetry, a ram that gets out pretty good. Young ram lamb here that we have coming out in our spring class, you know, another ram too. You like the breed type about him. He's just showing some masculinity as a young ram. He's very built and balanced in his type and kind, gets out freely. You know, and I greatly appreciate that the breed type they're keeping in these rams, and I think all these guys could go on and do something good for everybody. So with that being said, I've got two here that just kind of fit my form, what I would like to see in the South Down buck. I'll go out here and shake your champion in reserve.
Results from the South Down ring: March Ram Lambs, first to William Wilds, second Kira Gravel, third Brooklyn Gould, fourth Charlotte Dill, fifth and sixth to Robert Kaczynski. In your South Down show, your junior champion ram was the first place March Ram Lamb exhibited by William Wilds. Your reserve junior champion ram is the first place January exhibited by Katie Drum. We're now showing your South Down overall champion ram in ring 2.
Starting here with our white Romney ram lamb class, just one class of ram lambs here. Interesting class, 4 different kinds of sheep in here. The sheep with the prototypical Romney fleece and the prototypical Romney look. He's winning our class today. Big rugged ram. Looks a pounds heavy ram for the class today, but he gets moving around the ring pretty freely and easily, and just a good complete sheep with a good solid fleece to win this class. Ram falling there in seconds, just a small reversion of him, a little shorter fleece. The young lady does a good job getting him right in that, and when you get him on the move, he really looks good. And then we get into our rams here in third and fourth. They got good fleeces on them and that. They're just not structurally sound when you get them on the move as much as our top 2 rams. Ram here in third is a little weak behind the shoulders, not a strong top. And then the ram here in finishing up the class here in fourth gets a little bit sketchy on his back legs when he gets on the move. But 4 nice lambs, just 4 different rams.
Once again, over here in our South Down ring, let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause, if you will. I think watching this show today, there was 4 that kind of shuck out pretty easy for me today. These guys, they look like rams. They're built like rams in their design and pattern. They've got the capacity and rib. They're good on their feet and leg. They've got excellent breed type about them. You know, there's little things here and there that you could critique and change on them just like any other sheep. But I think there's 2 here that just kind of roll to the top pretty easy for me. I'm going to go out and name your champion in reserve.
In your Southdown show, your champion ram is your senior champion ram, the yearling ram exhibited by Molly Gobley-Schubert. Your reserve overall ram is exhibited by William Wiles, your junior champion out of the March Ram Lamb class. Congratulations. We're now ready in the ring for your Southdown best-headed ram after we get some pictures. Results from the White Romney show. Junior Ram Lamb, first to Jackson Crisp, second Penny Kemp, third Olivia Blum, and fourth to Penny Kemp. First White Romney pair of Ram Lambs was exhibited by Penny Kemp. Your White Romney champion ram goes to Jackson Crisp with the junior Ram Lamb. Reserve was the second place junior exhibited by Penny Kemp. Congratulations. Your White Romney yearling ewes are in the ring at this time.
4 interesting ewes to evaluate in this class of slick-shorn ewe lambs. I'm going to start the class with a lamb that's most clean, most straight, most balanced about her lines and her structure. She's really good on her feet and legs. She moves around the ring very well. She's extended and feminine without being frail or fine, a ewe that I think really combines all the good traits that you can ask for in the most desirable way for this class. You here in second, very long-bodied, deep-bodied kind of a sheep. She's still extended. She's still feminine. A lot of good things about this ewe. I'd like to clean up her front end just a little bit, trim a little bit off the point of that shoulder to get her balanced just a little bit better from front to back. But nevertheless, a very useful, very practical, very eye-appealing kind of a sheep. You here in third is probably the smallest pounds light lamb in the class. You with a lot of things about her to like. She's very feminine. She's very extended. She's good on her feet and legs. She just does not have the mass and volume to compete with the 2 ewes ahead of her. You here in fourth is kind of the problem ewe in the class for me. She is a little scratchy in the mouth, and I was prepared to forgive her for that. And then when they were walking around, she put more of her insides on her outsides than I would like to see. So for that reason, she's here in fourth today. You with a lot of volume, a lot of capacity. I just think we need to be very cognizant of these kind of production-related defects to take home and deal with for the rest of her life. Thank you.
nice class of Romney yearling ewes here to start our white Romney class, or show. All nice looking sheep on the outside looking in. When you get your hands on them, start evaluating them, we get into some difficulties in that. I think the lamb, the yearling ewe that shows me the most length of side, structural correctness, and just a good fleece and just a combination sheep's winning the class. We have a couple here in the middle that all three of these sheep are a little scratchy mouth. I mean, it's tolerable, but it's enough that they can't get to the top of the class. And once we get through that, then we follow with the ewe in second that I think closely follows our first place ewe as far as structural correctness and that. We get into ewe here in third. I like the ewe for her body structure and that, a little more open in her fleece and being showed in very, very short fleece, but just a good solid sheep. There again, a little scratchy mouth that gets her in third. Once we finish up then with our fourth and fifth ewe in this class, the ewe there in fourth, just another good solid sheep. There again, she's a little scratchy mouth, but just a good solid fleece on her. And then the ewe here finishing up the class, very long-sided sheep. She's just not balanced through her front end and that, and just needs to get that chest up out of her, just quite a bit heavier chested than the other ones in this class, and just doesn't balance quite as nice. But a nice class throughout. Congratulations.
Results from the white Romney yearling ewe class. First to Cooper Randall, second Penny Kemp, third Olivia Blum, fourth Penny Kemp, fifth Olivia Blum. White Romney pair of yearling ewes. First to Penny Kemp, second to Olivia Blum.
Our fitted Suffolk ewe lamb class, there's some differences in size and scale and probably days of age out here. I'm going to start the class with the ewe that is pounds light in the class. I will absolutely grant you that she is the smallest outline, smallest structured lamb in the class. She is also the soundest, most correct sheep in the class. She is very level, very straight in her design and her lines. She balances really well from front to back. These are junior ewe lambs. There's no reason for them to be approaching mature size at this point, and I do believe that she is the youngest lamb in the class. She's correct on her feet and legs. She has a good Suffolk ewe head, a lamb that had to go first or third, and in this case I'm comfortable with her in first. Lamb here in second is a big outline kind of a sheep, still carrying a lamb's fleece. I'm sure that she is also a very youthful lamb. I have no trouble believing that she's in the right class. a lamb that when you put her in motion really does not do herself any favors. Her loin comes up, her rear legs come underneath her. She just does not travel very elegantly at all. A ewe that you can sure admire her structure and her broodiness and capacity and her overall future as a brood ewe, but for today she just does not put together enough good things to get any higher. A lamb here in third that's very similar in her design to the ewe in second. A big outline kind of a sheep, a big volume kind of a sheep that we'd like to see sounder off those hind wheels, a sheep that we'd like that loin to come down and straighten down that top. And a ewe down here in fourth, a big volume kind of a sheep that just does not have the kind of structure and balance that she needs to compete with the 3 ewes ahead of her. Thank you.
Ewe lambs here, junior ewe lambs here in the Romney weight division here really have a nice complete sheep to win a class. Has a really nice fleece when you get on her, you know, open it up, very consistent. Has a lot of character to it, just a nice complete sheep. Very correct in her structural makeup. Follow up here with a ewe that's a little bit, the pounds heavy ewe in the class, you know, big bodied kind of sheep. You know, really got a lot of natural muscle. Maybe not as fancy as our ewe in first and probably a little more open in her fleece makeup, but just a nice logical second in this particular class. Then we come into our 3 and finishing out our class here. Lambs that look considerably younger than the other lambs in the class, just by their head shape and their wool, the quantity and quality of their wool and that. And then we just judge them on structure, you know, our 3rd and our 4th lamb, a little straighter down their top. And then finishing up with this lamb in 5th that's got a good solid fleece on it, but maybe just like to make it a little better out through its rear structure. Congratulations.
No, you were fine. It's these holes that they leave that I've got to zoom out so far to get the whole class in. It's like they're little dots on the screen. Where's Hunter's pink shirt?
Really a nice class of sheep for this South or Suffolk Slickshorn ewe lamb drive. We're going to start this class with a ewe that I really like. Is she the biggest outlined ewe in the class? No, she absolutely is not. But there's a world of balance and style to her that none of the other ewes in this class possess. She's really good through her front end. She's very extended. Her neck and head come out of her shoulder the way they need to. She's very uniform down her top. She's very level over her dock. She's got a good high tail set, but she still maintains some depth and volume speaks well of her future as a brood ewe. She's just wild enough to fight off a dog if she's ever attacked, and so there's something to be said for that too. But nevertheless, a really nice ewe to start this class, and I'm very confident and comfortable with making her an easy top. Ewe here in second is a bigger outline kind of a sheep. She's a little more up and out, a little more out there. She's a little sharper about her angles, a little more defined about her volume or lines. A ewe maybe we'd like to tighten up that shoulder over the top of her shoulder just a little bit. A ewe that maybe we'd like to strengthen her up down her top just a little bit, but you sure admire the structural scale and extension that she has. Ewe here in third is kind of a piece of sheep. She's a big volume ewe. She's good fronted. She just does not tie it all together as cleanly and smoothly as the two ewes ahead of her. A ewe here in fourth, it's very similar to the ewe here in third. A ewe that has a lot of good pieces about her. They're just not tied together very nicely. And a ewe here in fifth, a very highly presented kind of a sheep that I'd sure like to change off those rear wheels to get any higher today. Thank you.
For champion white Romney ewe, we have 5 individuals out here, just a small show, but the quality was very deep. And that we're going to use our yearling ewe here for champion. Just can't get over what you have there, just a good solid sheep and that. Then we're going to follow with this junior ewe lamb. Just a nice, I think she's going to grow into a pretty nice yearling ewe. So congratulations to the white Romney exhibitors.
Results from the white Romney ring. Senior ewe lamb, first to Olivia Blum. Junior ewe lambs, first and second to Olivia Blum. Third and fourth, Penny Kemp. Fifth to Margot Misselli. White Romney pair of ewe lambs, first to Olivia Blum. Second to Penny Kemp. Your white Romney champion ewe is the yearling ewe exhibited by Cooper Randall. Your reserve champion white Romney ewe is the junior ewe lamb exhibited by Olivia Blum. Thank you.
Well, in this South Down yearling ewe class, I'll admit there's all kinds of shapes and sizes and forms and little different breed type. I will make a suggestion to you kids. Go call your best friend, have them come over. Some of these ewes find a feed scoop, have them hum it in the woods, and when they find the feed scoop, then you can start feeding them again. A lot of these ewes are extremely obese. These are yearling ewes. They have to look like females. I don't mind putting red meat, but there's way too much white meat. But that being said, yes, this ewe is a little over-conditioned for me today, but she kind of checks a lot of balances. I appreciate the breed type about this ewe out of everything in the class here. She's very bold and balanced. You get your hands on her, yeah, she's got some cover on her, but she does handle well what's there. She's got a lot of meat. I'd like to see her a little bit more extended up through that front end, but she's long spined. She's got that female type of rib. She's big loin, big hip. Just kind of sorting through this, I think she kind of comes to the top for me. You here in second place, a little bit more trimmer type of female. If me, I'd like to dirty her head up just a little bit and improve that breed type on her, just a nickel to get her above this ewe. But I appreciate how the condition that this young lady brought this female. A little bit more elevated up through that front end, but a very balanced type of sheep. I like the rib cage on her and the design of ewe that travels out in a nice set of feet and legs. Once again, you here coming in third. I'd like to change that head about her a little bit, but I greatly appreciate she's probably the most up-fronted female that we have in her class. We appreciate her female design, the length she has. If anything, I'd like to drop her down in that middle ribbon flank to kind of give her the balance and look and the side profile that these ewes ahead of her had. You coming out here in fourth, I think if we could rake about 40 pounds off of her, he'd be a little bit farther ahead. But in analyzing her, as big and bold as she is when we cut her out on the move, she's very sound on her feet and legs. She's got capacity to her. She's got good in that hip structure. So we're going to roll her into fourth. You coming out here in fifth hole, I appreciate the femininity, the length of spine, the conditions that she's in. You, for me, I just like to bring that neck out of that shoulder just a little bit better to get above these ewes ahead of her. One thing, too, when we get her on a move, this ewe just likes to get just a nickel close in the hock when we get her traveling. I like to improve that on her, but a nice, solid ewe nonetheless.
I really appreciate the work and effort and commitment to quality that's come into getting this set of ewes out here for our Suffolk Champion Ewe Drive. I talked about them probably more than any of you wanted me to as we were going through them in individual classes, but I do think they're used with some quality to them. They're all nicely balanced. They're mostly good on their feet and legs. They don't have a lot of structural problems. They carry a lot of meat and muscle, and they're very feminine ewes that I really admire. We're going to go out and shake a couple hands, and I guess I know that there's a movement afoot to make the Suffolk sheep relevant again, and I think this is a really good place to start. These kind of animals and these kind of young people involved are really indicative that the efforts are paying dividends. This is a way better set of Suffolk sheep than you would have seen in years past, I think, and I'm very pleased and proud to have the opportunity to select a couple of them as your champions.
Results of the white Romney exhibitor flock, first to Olivia Blum, second to Penny Kemp. Your best fleece white Romney was awarded to Jackson Crisp. Results of the Southdown Class 1 yearling ewes, first Kira Gravel, second Charlotte Dill, third Sarah Wilson, fourth William Wilds, fifth Anna Weber, sixth Sophia Ostrander, seventh and eighth Olivia Mason, ninth Cora Cranston, 10th Amelia Withington, 11th Molly Gobley Schubert, 12th Katie Drum, 13th Amelia Withington, 14th Robert Kaczynski.
Suffolk exhibitors, we do have a flock class. We're not skipping that, so bring on your flocks.
Results of the natural colored Romney, first place junior ram lamb and your champion ram was exhibited by Kenneth Briggs.
Nice class of a Romney yearling used to start our natural colored Romney show. Not without problems, though. All four of these sheep are a little bit off in the mouth. So I guess at that point, we consider them all equal. But once we get through that, you know, we have a pair. It's kind of a two-pair class in this particular one. Have a real big ewe here, got a lot of natural thickness. I like the bone underneath her, but she's still feminine and got a lot of depth from flank to flank. And you open that fleece up and it doesn't disappoint you. You know, really high character fleece. You know, very consistent from end to end. We get the ewe there in second, kind of a smaller version of our first place yearling ewe. Maybe not as structurally sound off those back legs as our first place ewe. Maybe not quite as consistent in her fleece as you get further back the body on that sheep. But a good solid sheep logically goes into second. Then we have a pair here to finish up that are just a little more moderate in their makeup, just good, solid, productive sheep. Maybe don't have quite that front end design to get up a little above our top two ewes, but very sound, functional sheep with good fleeces nonetheless. Congratulations.
Results of your Suffolk Slickshorn Senior Ewe Lambs. First to Andrew Friedenstein. Your Suffolk Slickshorn Intermediate Ewe Lambs. First to Cora Friedenstein. Second, Justin Huckowitz. Third, Andrew Friedenstein. Fourth, Dorothy Rex. Your Suffolk Fitted Junior Ewe Lambs. First to Logan Mills. Second, Phoebe Minor. Third, Phoebe Minor. Fourth to Logan Mills. Your Suffolk Slickshorn Junior Ewe Lamb results. First to Justin Huckowitz. Second, Cooper O'Keefe. Third and fourth to Nellie Hankinson. Fifth to Dorothy Rex. Your Suffolk pair of ewe lambs. First to Justin Huckowitz. Second, Phoebe Minor. Third, Nellie Hankinson. Fourth, Andrew Friedenstein. Fifth, Logan Mills. Sixth, Dorothy Rex.
2 entries in our Tunis Yearling Ram Show. We're starting this class with an easy top in this class for me today. He's a really massive, heavy-boned, heavy-muscled kind of a sheep. He's got a lot of thickness and mass, especially for a Tunis. Just a ram that wins this class going away as far as I'm concerned. A little more extended, up and out kind of a ram here in second. A ram that is pounds light and does not carry nearly as much natural thickness and meat as our ram in first, but a ram you certainly admire for his outline and pattern. Thank you.
finishing up our Romney female show here with our junior ewe lambs. Really an easy class winner here. Just a really, really nice, complete sheep that's very straight down her top, really level out through her dock and that. A lot of body capacity. You know, she's got a lot to her there, but she still looks like she's going to continue to grow, and she's fresh in that. And then you get on her fleece like that, very consistent fleece from end to end. We're splitting hairs on these pair in second and third. I think the ewe there in second probably maybe a little bit fresher, a little younger than a ram in third if I was to speculate. When it comes to fleece quality, a little more consistency from one end of the fleece to the other in her second ewe over her third. Taking nothing away from that ewe in third because she has a cool colored fleece and that. It's just starting to tail off a little there back towards the back of the sheep. I do got to commend the kids for the fitting job in this class. All these sheep are really presented nice, and I appreciate that. So a nice class here. Congratulations.
Results of the Suffolk show. Your champion ewe was exhibited by Justin Huckowitz. That was the Slickshorn Junior ewe lamb. Your reserve champion ewe was the Slickshorn Fall ewe lamb, exhibited by Andrew Friedenstein. Your best-headed Suffolk ewe was awarded to Cooper O'Keefe. Your Suffolk exhibitor flock results: first to Justin Huckowitz, second Andrew Friedenstein, third Nellie Hankinson, fourth Logan Mills, and fifth to Dorothy Rex. Results from your Tunis ring: first place yearling ram. It was exhibited by Peter Priest, and second to Amanda Willard.
In round two, our South Down yearling ewes. You know, this ewe is not extreme as what you might see in some of the other ones in certain areas. But this is my type of female. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, she's extremely feminine up through that front end. I appreciate how she comes out of that shoulder. I appreciate how she handles herself on her feet and legs. Extremely well balanced female. She's got that nice broody rib I like to see in a female. She's terminal enough, not over terminal. Beautiful in that hip structure. Just a very balanced sheep with great breed character. And for me, she's just very eye appealing. You followed her in second. I think it's the same type and kind. Maybe a little bit more extended and maybe just a nickel trimmer up through that front end. But I just like to drop that middle ribbon flank on her, to bolden her up in that region just to kind of make the balance that this ewe has in first place here. But a very nice ewe in her type and kind. When you get your hands on her, yes, I'll give her the, you know, she's just a nickel more on that terminal side of things, but I just need to balance this ewe up to get her any higher in a class. Young ladies, you coming out here in third place, you know, probably are more moderate frame type of you, but when you handle her, you know, she's still, you appreciate the female design about her. I'd just like to see her come out of that shoulder just a little bit better, give her a little bit more extension and femininity up through that front end to get her any higher in the class here. Young ladies, you coming out here, if you will, more of a club type of ewe lamb, if you will, when you handle her. She's a little bit bolder and larger in that rear third and that loin region than when you get her out in that hip. She just gets a tick short in that hip for me today. If we could just stretch her out in that region, I think she can make a better go up here about second hole. And then this young lady coming out here in fifth place, you know, I appreciate the femininity and the female design about this ewe. Very well balanced. I think when we get in that rear 1/3 is where she starts to fall off as far as muscle makeup and depth of inside twist. And a ewe that just likes to get a nickel close in the hock when we get her on the side profile.
5 entries in our Tunis Ram Lamb class. We're going to start this class. It's the old Sesame Street deal that one of these things is not like the others, and this one is not like any of the rest of them in the class. He is straight and correct. He's squaring his lines. He's good-footed. He's big-topped. He's reproductively sound. He's a ram that I think wins this class very easily, kind of going away. We'll follow him in class with what to me is the problem or the bigger problem of the remaining 4. He is the longest sided ram in the class. He's probably the biggest outlined ram in the class. He's being shown slick shorn. Being shown slick shorn is not doing him any favors because there's nothing there to hide the hole behind his shoulders or the high loin that he's prone to. But a ram that there's just too much volume and capacity and overall product in to get around for any of the rest of them in the class. 2 rams that are very similar in their type and kind. They're very compact. They're very well presented. Rams that when you put your hands on them, there's maybe not as much sheep there as the amount of wool that's underneath or on top of what's underneath the sheep. But nevertheless, very nice, useful, well-presented kind of rams. And then a ram here in 5th that just has some structural issues and some general appearance issues that are presenting him to competing any higher in the class today. Thank you.
Results of your Southdown yearling ewes, Class 2. First, Victoria Robinson. Second, Taylor Rudio. Third, Allison Rolls. Fourth, Brooklyn Gould. Fifth, Victoria Robinson. Sixth, Katie Drum. Seventh, William Wilds. Eighth, Emily Wilds. Ninth, Charlotte Dill. 10th, Emily Wilds. 11th, Amanda Rapp. 12th, Robert Kaczynski. 13th, Kira Gravel.
In our Tunis champion drive, to me, there's one ram out here that is the easy champion for our Tunis show. That's going to be our yearling ram. He is straight correct. He's got a lot of meat muscle in him. He's got a lot of things about him that the Tunis breed can use and appreciate. We're going to follow him with the Ram Lamb as your reserve. Ram Lamb, again, a very long-sided, high-volume kind of a sheep with some eye appeal when they get him propped up. But, again, 2 nice rams for your Tunis champion and reserve.
Results from your natural colored Romney show. Yearling ewe, first to Elizabeth Briggs, second Penny Kemp, third Everett Trojanowski, fourth Tucker Randall. Natural colored Romney Junior ewe lambs, first to Penny Kemp, second to Kenneth Briggs, third to Jackson Crisp. Your champion natural colored Romney ewe was the junior ewe lamb exhibited by Penny Kemp. The reserve champion ewe was the yearling ewe exhibited by Elizabeth Briggs. Your Romney best fleece was awarded to Kenneth Briggs. Your best headed Romney was exhibited by Olivia Blum. Results of the Southdown pair of yearling ewes. First, Victoria Robinson. Second, William Wilds. Third, Katie Drum. Fourth, Charlotte Dill. Fifth, Olivia Mason. Sixth, Emily Wilds. Seventh, Kira Gravel. Eighth, Robert Kaczynski.
I'll be honest, this ewe lamb here in our fall ewe lamb class, this South Downs show, she just caught my eye as soon as she walked in the ring. I mean, she's just grace under fire. She's so fluid in her motion, and she's that way because she's very structurally sound. A female that's very good about her breed type. I love that design in that front 1/3. She comes out of that shoulder really nice, very clean up through that front end. Nice, beautiful female rib that sweeps back, goes back into a big proportionate type female hip. Greatly appreciate this young lady. You here in seconds, kind of the same type and kind, maybe not as clean and chiseled up through that front end, maybe not that extension up through that front 1/3 we see in our class winner. But I love the boldness of rib on this ewe. If anything, we just need to stretch her out just a nickel, clean up that front end, like I said, to get her above this first place ewe lamb. You coming in third, a kind of a heavier fronted type of female. We'd like to clean up that brisket on her, maybe get her a little bit smoother where that neck comes out of the shoulder. But in her own right, you love the length of spine and the boldness of rib that she has and carries herself very well on a sound set of feet and legs. As we get to you here in fourth, a ewe that I just really like to clean her up and trim her up in that front end, change how that neck comes out of her shoulder. A ewe that likes to get a little weak in that top. Like to see her a little bit fuller down in that leg compared to these ewes above her. Ewe coming out here, just a very pretty, love the breed type about this ewe. I just need a little bit more time on her. I think as a fall yearling, she might be the young lady to watch.
In our Tunis yearling ewe class, I'm pretty sure this is the most Tunis yearling ewes I've ever seen in one ring outside of Louisville in November. I'm very impressed and pleased to see this many young people involved with a breed like the Tunis. They can only go up. We're starting this class with a ewe that wins this class very easily for me. She is very extended, she is very feminine, but she still has a lot of natural thickness and power to her. She's really good on her feet and legs. This is the best ewe in the class in terms of structural correctness. And that really matters. I think as you get into thinking about keeping ewes for 6 or 7 or 8 years, this structural correctness becomes a big thing. And I think that's really important to emphasize, and she's got it in spades. Ewe in second is very similar to our ewe in first, just gives up some overall structural scale and dimension to our ewe in first. Again, very good on her feet and legs, proportions correctly, has a beautiful front end and brood ewe makeup to her, a ewe that I really like. Similar to the ewe in third. Ewe in third is carrying a little more fleece than probably either of these ewes in first or second. You got to put your hands on her to see what you get. When you put your hands on her, she does disappoint a little bit down her top and in terms of overall thickness and mass, but nevertheless a very useful feminine kind of a ewe. Ewe here in fourth is a ewe that the breeding sheep guy in me that grew up in the 1980s wants to use the worst way in the world. She's the biggest outlined ewe in the class. She's the longest sided ewe in the class. When she's standing there, you know, you don't see that what you see when you put her in motion. And what you put her in motion is from her last rib back, when she moves, it goes every direction at the same time. She does not travel very clearly or very cleanly as she gets around the ring here. A ewe that you sure appreciate for her dimension and her structural scale, but a ewe that just needs fewer big sheep problems to compete any higher. Ewe here in fifth, a very feminine, very maternal kind of a sheep. A ewe that left rear pastern and leg is just not letting her move as fluidly as you'd like to see. There's been a couple times that she really hasn't wanted to use that foot the way that you'd like her to, but there's just too much quality in her to leave her out of the top 5. Thank you.
Here in our AOB wool ram class, we have 3 individuals here, and I'll be honest with you, judging AOB wool's a lot like judging a fruit basket. We have 3 different kinds of fruit, for lack of a better thing. We have a Corriedale ram here that's the most complete ram in the class. A good fleece on him, moves around the ring nicely. He's our champion ram. Then we have a Shetland ram that for the Shetland breed, he's very correct and has the proper fleece and the proper makeup. Just a nice young ram lamb. And then we follow up with a Romney here that I like the fleece on this sheep, but from a structural standpoint, I'd like to straighten his feet up to get him higher in this class. But 3 nice individuals and 3 completely different individuals. Congratulations.
Over here in our South Down ring, we only have one late entry in our fall ewe lamb class. You know, I think this ewe could use a little bit more competition, to be honest with you. She is a nickel scratchy in her mouth. That's my only concern with this ewe. But I like the balance and symmetry about her. You know, she's a very bold made type of female. Maybe like to clean up that breastplate just a nickel, but you get your hands on her. She just doesn't disappoint.
Results of the Southdown Early Senior Ewe Lamb. First to Amelia Withington, second Katie Drum, third and fourth to Emily Wiles, and fifth to Olivia Mason. Your first place late senior ewe lamb was exhibited by William Wilds.
In our slick shorn Tunis yearling ewe class, we've got a ewe to start the class that is very straight and correct in her lines. She's good on her feet and legs. She has good Tunis breed type and character, which she excels our ewe in second just in terms of overall smoothness and being put together in that really nice, clean, compact version that we like to see. Ewe in second is maybe a bigger outline kind of a sheep, a little more defined in her angles and fewer curves. But again, a nice pair of ewes to use for our slick shorn Tunis yearlings.
Over here in our South Down ring for our senior champion drive, this was kind of an easy decision for me. But I think all these females out here, they have enough performance about them. They're not overperforming, but they kind of keep that in that female design and package that we kind of need. We need to keep girls looking like girls and boys to look like boys to keep this going on. But with that being said, I think there's two females in there that kind of hit me in class. There's one that really winds my watch especially, but they're the type and kind that I look for. Up-fronted, clean, long spine, super good hip, got that really good female rib. Yeah, they're here. They got their prom dress on today, but you can take them home and they're going to cook in the kitchen too. I'll go out and name your senior reserve senior champion.
Starting our AOB female show, a class kind of similar to our buck, 4 different types of sheep out here, 3 different breeds represented, and then we start judging on structural criteria and what's good for the breed, and the ewe here in big old Corriedale ewe, nice fleece on her, very correct in her makeup, has good breed character, just moves around the ring nicely, and just kind of comes to the top of the class pretty easily. Following with the Shetland here that I like this sheep for her wool quality and that, and her general makeup. Just a nice solid sheep, very indicative and very representative of the Shetland breed. Following up with the Romney here in third, that I like the sheep, the wool quality on her. I like the body capacity and the fact that she looks like she's going to go make a good productive brood ewe in that. I'd like to clean her up off her back legs to get her higher in this class. And then we're following up with the Shetland ewe there to finish out that maybe just a little bit more, just like to straighten her up in her lines and give her a little bit more consistent fleece to get her a little higher in this class. But 4 different sheep, but 4 nice sheep. Congratulations.
Results in the South Down ring, your senior champion ewe was the early senior ewe lamb exhibited by Amelia Withington. Your reserve senior champion came out of the Class 2 yearling ewes exhibited by Victoria Robinson. In the South Down ring, we're now ready for your January ewe lambs, please. January ewe lambs in the South Down ring.
In your senior ewe lamb class for the Tunis breed, we've got a single entry, a very straight, square, correct kind of ewe that has a lot of volume and mass, a ewe that the young people should be proud to exhibit. Thank you.
junior ewe lamb class here in the AOB wool, another class with several different varieties in here, but I think the ewe with the best fleece combination and a structural combination is our ewe starting here, this Corriedale ewe. Just a nice solid sheep, got a lot of growth and size for her age, and got a lot of natural muscling and thickness. Just looks like a ewe that's going to continue to go on and grow and be a good sheep. Following up here, this ewe here in second, that I like the fleece on this sheep, just a very correct kind of sheep. Maybe not as tall in her front end as our ewe in front, but just fits nicely into second from a structural standpoint. Ewe here in third is Corriedale ewe. She's a little loose down her top, you know, she's not strong in her spine, and she gets to wandering around when you get her on the move, and that hurts her, and therefore she's in third. And following up with these two ewes here, the ewe here in fourth, a really cool fleece on her, like a cottony fleece. I mean, it's just really soft, has a nice handle to it. And then the ewe following up there in fifth with a nice fleece that, from a structural standpoint, she needs to be considerably better on her pasterns to get a little higher in this class. But 5 nice individuals.
In our Tunis ewe lamb class, obviously the lamb I'm starting with is the Pounds Light Days Young lamb in the class. She is also the only lamb in the class who ties herself together structurally the way that she needs to. She's the best lamb in the class on the move from the side. She is long-bodied. She is very feminine. She does have some extension up through that front end. A lamb that if you can get past her size, she wins easily, and I got past her size pretty quickly. Ewe here in second is probably the Pounds Heavy ewe in the class. She is the biggest outline structurally ewe in the class. She's a ewe when you put your hands on her. Young man's done an awesome job filling in with wool what you'd really prefer was filled in with flesh. But as particularly at her shoulders, particularly right behind her shoulders, she just does not tie herself together as well as you'd like her to. And it really becomes evident when she's on the move. That loin comes up, those hind legs come underneath her. A lot of positives about this ewe, just structurally doesn't get around the ewe in first. Ewe here in third is very similar to our ewe in second, very big outline kind of a sheep. When you put your hands on her, she just does disappoint, and you'd sure like to see her hold herself together more levelly as both in the on the move and on the stand. Similar to our ewe in fourth, a ewe that just has a lot of volume and a lot of middle about her, but a ewe that just needs more structural dimension to compete any higher in this class today. And the ewe here in fifth, a ewe that just structurally needs some clean up and some tighten up to compete with any of the ewes ahead of her today. Thank you. Very trim and clean, slick shorn Tunis ewe lamb for our single entry here today. She stands on nice feet and legs. She's got some extension and femininity up through that front end. It'll be interesting to see what she looks like with another year of growth and maturity. Thank you.
Over here in our South Down Arena in these January ewe lambs, we had a really nice set of lambs in here and a little variation in type and kind. I think the ewe lamb that starts it, I appreciate the condition that this female's in first and foremost. She's very clean and elevated up through that front 1/3. I appreciate that about her greatly. She gets out on a sound set of feet and legs. She's really good over in her rib area, out through that hip and down through that leg, and she handles really fresh, like I said, across her top. Very complete type of female here. The powerhouse is in our second place ewe. I just like to clean up this ewe's front end a little bit. She gets just a nickel too bold for me up through that front 1/3, but for her overall mass and power, and when you handle her, I greatly appreciate her hip design. But once again, we just need to clean her up just ever so slightly to get her above the ewe in first place. Ewe in here in third. Yeah, she's not the biggest one in this group, and I'm going to tell you right now, young lady, your showmanship skills got a lot of miles out of this female. I greatly appreciate the front end and the elegance about this lamb. She's female from stem to stern, but when you get her out on the move, she just prances around this rig. She's so structurally sound in her design. I love the breed type about her. She's just in a little smaller package, and I can't go her any lower than third here today. As we get into our fourth and fifth place ewe lambs that we just maybe like to clean them up just a little bit. The ewe here coming in fourth. When we get her out on the move, she wants to drop her front end just ever so slightly. I like to get her just a little bit more up fronted, if you will. I like the balance and symmetry about her. Same with our ewe coming out here in fifth. Same thing when we get her out on the move. She just gets a nickel chop strided. I like to handle those rear wheels just a little bit better and keep them in full extension when we get her out on the move to get her any higher in class.
Placing on the South Down January ewe lamb class, first is William Wilds, second Piper Jones, third Emily Wilds, fourth Rebecca Risley, fifth Mackenzie Christensen, sixth Sarah Wilson, 7 Grace Thayer, 8 Allison Rolls, 9 Charlotte Dill, 10 Juliana Maynard, 11 Jaden DeRocher, 12 Robert Kaczynski.
I'm not somebody that thinks that all the breeds need to look like their other breeds, just different colored heads and legs. But I do think there's some things that are common to good animals regardless of breed, and I hope that I've made that plain without making it plain, that I'm interested in sheep that are level and square in their design, that ewes look like ewes and rams look like rams. I want these ewes to be extended and feminine and still have a lot of power and broodiness about them. I want them to be able to get around the ring and get around the pasture when they're at home comfortably and freely. And I think that those two things are true no matter what breed you're at. I realize the Tunis breed, like any other breed, has things that it's proud of that are maybe different than others, but this is the way I see them today. I think we have a really nice set of Tunis ewes, particularly on this side and at the yearling ewe end of the other end of the ring, to choose from for your champion and reserve. Ewes that have some balance, have some power, have some structure, and still are some freedom of movement and some structural correctness. So we're going to go out and shake a couple hands and an appreciation for a quality Tunis show.
Placings on AOB wool classes. Junior Ram Lamb, first place Asa Johnson. Second, Evelyn Springs Tubes. 3, Penny Kemp. Champion AOB wool ram goes to the Corriedale Ram of Asa Johnson, and the reserve champion is on the Shetland of Evelyn Springs Tube. AOB wool yearling ewe, first place Asa Johnson, second Evelyn Springs Tube, third Maggie Shriver, fourth Evelyn Springs Tube. Pair of yearling ewes, first place Evelyn Springs Tubes. AOB wool senior ewe lamb, first place Asa Johnson. Junior ewe lamb, first place Asa Johnson, second Penny Kemp, third Asa Johnson, fourth Amaya Freud, and fifth Penny Kemp. Pair ewe lambs, first Asa Johnson, second Penny Kemp. Champion AOB wool ewe is on the Corriedale of Asa Johnson, and the reserve is a Corriedale also of Asa Johnson's. Exhibitor flock, first place Asa Johnson, second Evelyn Springs Tube, third Penny Kemp, and best fleece goes to Penny Kemp.
This is our junior Ram Lamb in the Finn division here. Three nice individuals here. One that kind of comes to the top of the class for body capacity, structural correctness, and then you get to open up, has a really nice colored, really nice consistent fleece on them and that. If anything, I'd like to straighten him up, make him a little stronger down his top, but for this particular class, he's the most complete lamb in the class. Then we have a close pairing there in second and third. sheep that are marked pretty well, very similar in their marking and their fleece quality and that. I think our lamb here in second is a little stronger down his top, a little truer down off his, from his rear structure standpoint. Taking nothing away from the ram there in third that has a nice consistent fleece on him and has a lot of growth and size for his age. So congratulations, 3 nice rams.
Over here in our South Down arena, that really the top 4 lambs here, we're kind of picking them apart. But I think this young lady's ewe lamb is just so balanced and correct, especially when you get her on her move. She's very symmetrical. I'd like to just maybe extend her just a tick more, but I think once she got off that brace, I could actually see the front end on this ewe lamb. She's more than acceptable in here, but she just checks more boxes for me. Like I said, overall symmetry, balance, and when you get your hands on her, she doesn't disappoint. She's big and full and long in that loin, but I really like that big expressive hip that she has as well. Young man here that's coming out in second. Kind of hard to tell. I think we can kind of beat that front 1/3 on our ewe lamb. I just wish he would float that head, get that nose down so we can see a better look on this female. But I like the length of spine on her. I like that boldness and the depth of rib that she has, how she handles over that top. Just maybe not quite as petite and female made as our ewe here in first place. Ewe coming out in third, once again, a very nice female. You like her female design about her. We just kind of need to just bolden her up just ever so slightly to get above these 2 ewes and ahead of her. Maybe drop her in that way. We can drop her in the flank. Maybe put some more length of hip in her to get excel forward. Ewe here that comes out in third, you get her on the side profile. Very cool made type of ewe. Very up-fronted, very long spine. I think for me, the difference with this ewe that she gets a little bit longer in that front 1/3 and she does that rear 1/3, and she gets a little bit wider in that front end than she does that hip. So if I could put more of a female wedge shape from behind, kind of widen that hip and pin set out on this ewe, I think she could have traveled up here towards the front a little bit more. And then our nice elegant lamb that's coming out here in fifth hole, very up-fronted, kind of cool made type of sheep, good in their rib and their design. It just needs a little bit more gas in the tank to compete with these ewes ahead of her today.
Here in our Finn show for Champion Ram, pretty easy decision for me. We're going to use our yearling ram. What you see is what you get, big rugged kind of ram. And follow up with our junior buck lamb for a reserve. Just looks like he'll grow into the type of ram the yearling is. Congratulations.
Placing on the Southdown February ewe lamb class. First is Amelia Wethington. Second, William Wilds. Third, Emily Wilds. Fourth, Katie Drum. Fifth, Cora Friedenstein. Sixth, Brooklyn Gould. 7, Cora Friedenstein. 8th is Taylor Rito. 9, Anna Weber. 10, Kira Gravel. 11, Ella Allen. 12, Charlotte Dill. And 13th is Molly Goblet Schubert. In the Hampshire ring, the first class to be shown will be your Hampshire fitted junior ram lambs. There are no yearlings, there are no seniors, and I guess no intermediates.
Three really nice Finn yearling ewes here and to start our Finn female show. Really a big rugged kind of ewe here that a lot of body capacity, good on those feet and legs, just moves around the ring from a structural standpoint very smooth and nicely in that. Then we get into a pair of ewes, these two natural coward ewes that I really like the ewe in Second's fleece. I mean, she's got a really cool fleece. You know, you open it up and it's got all kinds of character and luster in that and very consistent. It just looks like it would be really a nice fleece to shear and then process after that. Following up there is a ewe in a third that maybe her fleece is weathered a little bit out on the end. That's not a really problem. It's a consistent fleece, but where she lacks our other two ewes, she's not as good off those rear legs as our other two ewes and struggles a little bit off those rear pasterns, but she's still a big rugged kind of ewe that's going to make a really good brood ewe. Congratulations.
Well, in our March ewe lamb class, I kind of had one that kind of hit me in the fields as soon as she rolled in the ring. I mean, she looks like a lamb. She looks like a female. I like the upfrontiness on this lamb, the length of spine, the balance, the symmetry. She kind of pulls it all together in a nice, tidy, pretty little package for me. You here following her in second. I appreciate the type and kind about this ewe. She's long-spined and balanced and very youthful in her appearance and female design. I just doesn't quite blend and just a little coarse on her edges in comparison to the ewe that win the class. You here in third is kind of my problem child. Yeah, she's big. Yeah, she's bold. She's big. But for me as a spring ewe lamb, she's just too heavy fronted for me at this stage of the game. I'm a little worried about this lamb. I don't know what her future's going to like, but I really like to just trim her up, really pull some of that front end off of her for a spring ewe lamb. As we go down through here, a very nice, complete, well-balanced type of ewe here in fourth hole. Just kind of like to stretch her out. Just give her a nickel more power to get in the class. Very structurally sound type of sheep. Just kind of ran out of gas. And the ewe here that's coming out in last place. Good up-fronted type of ewe. We just like to really change her rib shape and design to get her any higher in class today.
Placings on the Tunis show. First place yearling ram went to Peter Priest. Second, Amanda Willard. Tunis Junior Ram Lamb placings. First, Colin Anderson. Second, Isaac Eppie. Third, Amanda Willard. Fourth, Leah Bilowitz. And fifth, Elias Stanley. Best headed Tunis is on the lamb of Colin Anderson. Champion Tunis ram is the yearling ram of Peter Priest. Reserve champion ram is the junior ram of Colin Anderson.
Two really high-quality individuals for our Hampshire-fitted bucks out here. We're going to start this class with a ram that really is a very eye-appealing ram who, when you put your hands on him, does not disappoint. He's in really short fleece today. And when you put your hands down his top, he's really level. He's really straight. He has some natural thickness and width. He's really long hind saddled. He carries out well over his dock. He's just a really nice kind of a ram. Excellent on his feet and legs, really good Hampshire breed type and character. A lot of things to recommend him going forward. Ram here in second closely follows him in type and kind. Maybe lacks a little bit of the extension and the up and outness that the ram here in first has. He's a ram that's being shown in more fleece today. I think when you put your hands on him, you'll see that there's not maybe as much sheep there as you'd expect to see, but nonetheless a very high quality individual in his own right. Two really nice rams.
Ewe lambs here in our fin class. Starting off with a really nice ewe, the very complete kind of a sheep that I really like her fleece. It's kind of like the girl that's showing her boots. It's kind of like a silvery fleece, and it's just really attractive. And that just a little more open in its kind in that, but just a nice complete sheep to start our junior ewe lamb class. Finishing up with a pair of ewes. The ewe here in second, a little more rugged in her makeup, and that maybe doesn't have a quality of fleece. It's a little more cottony looking compared to our ewes on either side of her. But then following up with you here in third, that I just like to just give her a little bit more bone and mass for her size. You know, I know she's a young ewe, but she just give her a little bit more structure underneath her to balance her out. But congratulations, three nice ewes.
Placing on the Tunis yearling ewe class, first place Colin Anderson, second Peter Priest, third Amanda Willard, fourth Colin Anderson, fifth Amanda Willard, sixth Taven Pennick, seven Lyris Pennick, eight Vivian Padlowski. Slick sheared yearling ewe placings, first place Leah Bilowitz, second Kaylee Kramer. Pair yearling ewes Tunis, first Colin Anderson, second Amanda Willard. Tunis senior ewe lamb, first place Amanda Willard. Junior ewe lambs, first place Leah Bilowitz, second Colin Anderson, third Amanda Willard, fourth Oliver O'Keefe, fifth Colin Anderson, and sixth Asher Playton. Slick shorn ewe lamb Tunis, first place Isaac Epi. Pair of Tunis ewe lambs, first Amanda Willard, second place Colin Anderson. Champion Tunis ewe is on the yearling ewe of Colin Anderson, and the reserve champion ewe is the fall ewe of Amanda Willard. Best headed Tunis ewe goes to Leah Bilowitz, and exhibitor flock, first Colin Anderson, second Amanda Willard, and third Leah Bilowitz.
I'm with you, young lady.
Three really high quality Hampshire yearling ewes out here in our fitted division. We're going to start this class with a ewe that is straight, square, really smooth on the travel, really strides out confidently and smoothly as she gets around the ring. She presents herself very well in the ring. She's very maternal in her makeup. She's extremely long hind saddled. She's extremely level down her top, out over that hip without being pitched the wrong way from her hooks to her pins. She's a ewe that stands on adequate feet and or adequate substance of bone and really correct on her feet and legs. To my mind, the most complete sheep in the class. Ewe here in second is a ewe that is she is ready to go home wherever home is. She is saying, I'm done with this program here this morning. She's not moving very well for the young lady, and I don't know that that's an issue with her structure or if she's just that ornery, but at least for today, she's not moving the way she needs to compete with the ewe ahead of her. A very big outline kind of a ewe, a very smooth and feminine, very extended kind of a sheep. Cooler weather will probably be her friend as far as how she exhibits herself, and I look forward to future adventures with this ewe. Ewe here in third is probably the day's age youngest ewe in the class. She's very fresh. She's very green down her top. She's extremely long-loined and long hind saddled. I'd like to drop her flank. I'd like to change the way she gets around off those rear wheels. But again, three very high-quality yearling ewes. I really appreciate the opportunity to evaluate them.
Like I said, I started out with that one. After two classes, I said, oh, no, no.
And I was on a floor and then yesterday, and then my students were little, and I was like, all right, I guess I'm standing for like 4 times on the clock.
Yeah, right.
Oh my goodness.
Over here in our south down ring, let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause, please. I greatly appreciate the females they brought out here today. I think when we get in our final junior drive here, very consistent set. I appreciate the breed type that they have about them. I appreciate the femininity that they have about them. But going down through, if I'm going to stay the course on what I think that a female should be, I want that upstandingness, that elegance up to that front end. I want that shoulder to tie in nicely. I want that wedge design from behind the way I enjoy seeing it. I want some terminal aspects about a female, but I don't want them over terminal either. I still want function and form. These things need to lay down, be able to have lambs, be able to go out on grass, be able to move freely and have some athleticism about them. So I think there's two that kind of hits that pattern for me today, and pretty easily. So I'm going to go out here and name your junior champion and reserve junior champion.
Again, two really high-quality ewe lambs for our fitted Hampshire show. Ewes that could take a lot of competition, a lot of places, either one of them, and this is the way I see them today. We're going to use a ewe with a better body on her, the ewe that travels a little better as she gets around the ring. Some of that may be temperament, but some of it is structure. Ewe that's just a little heavier boned, a little more maternal in her overall look and design. A ewe that has a tremendously long loin and hind saddle and a lot of natural volume and thickness. As a comment, I would say that one thing that I've noticed throughout this show is that you folks in the Northeast must really enjoy a wool card, because you're carrying a lot of fleece on a lot of these sheep, and they wouldn't hurt them a bit to half inch or 3/4 of an inch of wool come right off the top of this ewe. It would really freshen her up and really improve her overall femininity going forward. Ewe here in second, a ewe that's a very up and out kind of a ewe. She's extended. I'm sure when she's out in the pasture and strikes a pose, she really looks the part. A ewe that for me today, I'd like to change her off those rear two. I'd like to drop that flank. And I realize that all of that's going to happen with time, but I can't go on what might be. I have to look at what's in front of me today. And for me today, she just does not get around the way that we need to get her ahead of this ewe here in first. But to a really, really high quality ewes, congratulations to both exhibitors.
Placing on the Southdown March Ewe Lamb class, first is Anna Weber, second Emily Wilds, third Brooklyn Gould, fourth Kara Gravel, and fifth Cora Cranston. Southdown pair ewe lambs, first Amelia Withington, second William Wilds, third Emily Wilds, fourth Katie Drum, fifth Brooklyn Gould, sixth Cora Friedenstein, seven Charlotte Dill, and eighth Kara Gravel. Junior champion is on the January ewe lamb of William Wilds. Reserve junior is on the March ewe of Anna Weber.
Well, out here in our Southdown ring for a champion female drive, once again, I think these exhibitors, they brought some pretty really sound, very feminine type females in front of me here today. I'm going to keep this short and sweet. I think there's one female out here that I think is pretty special. She checks a lot of boxes for her female makeup. Man, you get behind her, and I mean, she's pointing an arrow true north. She's wide and big and bold in that hip, but she V's down to a very pretty front end. And be honest with you, looking at the personality of this ewe, she kind of knows she's pretty special as well. Our reserve champion used the same type and kind. Maybe like to just take the edges off just a nickel to get above her, but I think they're two outstanding females. I think they're females that have a great future ahead of them. That being said, I'll go out and shake the hand of your champion in reserve.
Placings on the Finn show. First place yearling ram is Katie Creek. Junior ram lamb, first place Natalie Lane. Second Emma Creek. Third Katie Creek. Champion ram goes to Katie Creek. Reserve champion ram is Natalie Lane. Finn yearling ewe, first Emma Creek. Second Natalie Lane. Third Katie Creek. Finn Junior ewe lamb, first place Emma Creek, second Natalie Lane, third Katie Creek. Champion Finn ewe goes to Emma Creek, and reserve champion also Emma Creek. Finn flock, first Katie Creek, second Emma Creek, third Natalie Lane, and best fleece Natalie Lane.
really a nice kind of a ewe lamb to start this class with. I am a sucker for a sheep that runs uphill the correct direction, which is higher at the shoulders than they are at their hip. This ewe runs uphill. She is the right kind. She's made really well. Her front end ties together nicely. She's powerful without being coarse, and she's feminine without being frail. She's very long-sided. She's very long-loined and long-hipped. She's really good on her feet and legs. She has excellent Hampshire breed type and character. Just a really good kind of a powerhouse ewe lamb to start this class. You are in second, most closely follows her in type and kind. I would like to raise her an inch at her shoulders to make her wedge the right direction from the side, but a ewe that's tremendously extended, has a world of volume and capacity to her. A very long-sided ewe, just another really good high-quality ewe. Ewes here in third and fourth, very similar in their type and kind, being shown in shorter fleece than maybe some of the other sheep that these exhibitors have had out, and it's to their benefit. They're extended. They have a lot of body to them. Really good kind of sheep. I look forward to what they can do for you in the future in your flock. 4 excellent ewe lambs. Thank you.
Champion Southdown ewe is on the January ewe lamb of William Wilds, and reserve champion is the March ewe lamb of Anna Weber.
One yearling ram here to start our white border Leicester ram show. It's extremely long ram, really nice consistent fleece on him. Get him on the move, just moves around the room. Just a nice complete ram to win this class. Congratulations.
These are the kind of fitted Hampshire sheep that I think give fitted Hampshire sheep a good name. They're really beautifully presented. They're really beautifully exhibited by the young showman. They're really high quality in their own right. We'll go out and pick 2, but these are 5 really high quality females, and exhibitors and their families should be proud to be showing them.
Correction on the Southdown ewe champions. The champion ewe is on the early spring ewe lamb of Amelia Withington, and the reserve champion is the January ewe lamb of William Wilds.
Nice set of border Leicester rams here. These would be the intermediate ram lambs here. Just the whole class is pretty decent. We start picking them apart a little bit. And from a structural standpoint, we have a pair here starting the top. You get them on the move and that. I like both their wool. The ram here in first, maybe a little bit more open in his wool in comparison to our second one. It's a little more finer in the curls and that. But I'm okay with all the wool in these classes here as far as consistency and that. Where it differentiates when you get him on the move. I think this ram holds his top together better than a ram in second. He's just getting a little weak. He's so long, but he's actually a little weak behind his shoulders now. She does a great job propping him up and making him look good. But when you get him on the move, that's when they find some subtle differences. Really, really cool ram here in third. Probably one of the younger ones in this particular class. I think if you peeled that sheep off, he'd be really, really square in his makeup and that, really strong down his top. Maybe doesn't have the length of side that our top two do when you get your hands on him. And then a big strapping ram here in fourth that I like a lot, being shown in a little bit longer fleece. Where he gets into trouble is when you get him on the move, that back end just isn't following the front end. He's just not as true in his structure on his rear legs and that, gets a little straight. But four really nice border Leicester individuals for this class. Congratulations.
I really like this slick shorn ram we're starting the class with. He's got a world of meat and muscle in him, and he's still very attractive in his overall design. And unlike some of these sheep that we see in these slick-shorn classes, he does have some grow to him. I'd still like to see him 2 nickels bigger, but in this class, his structural size and scale gives him an advantage over any of the other rams in the group. We still need these sheep to grow. There's just no two ways around it. And this ram will put more grow in him than at least 2 of the rest of them. He's very good on the travel. He looks really good on the move. He looks good when they've got him stuck. He runs uphill the right direction. Just a lot of good things about this ram. Ram here in second is maybe the pounds heavy ram in the class. He's a ram that has a little more front end than I'd like to see. I think we need to purchase our rams and make our breeding decisions with an eye towards getting live lambs out of ewes without veterinary intervention, and I'm a little concerned the amount of front that this buck has, that he's going to create some problems in the lambing barn. A buck here in third is a little smaller frame kind of a ram, still very thick, but again, we need to put some grow in these sheep. And a buck here in fourth is just power and mass from end to end, but we need to get some more stretch into this buck to get him any higher in this class today. Thank you.
Best headed Southdown ewe goes to Anna Weber's ewe lamb.
2 late border Leicester white ram lambs here. 2 nice complete lambs. It looks like we have one that's a little considerably older than the other, and I mean that lamb looks really, really young, and probably giving up a month or 2 of age on him. But I like the ram here to start with for his fleece quality, and I love the way the body shape is on him. I'd like to maybe true his top up. He gets a roach in his top a little bit when you get him on the move and that, but just a good solid ram to win the class. And like I said, about the second one, a good solid sheep with a good fleece on him, structurally correct, just not as pounds heavy and just needs a lot more time before he can compete with our top ram. Congratulations.
I'm missing the paper.
How are you? Good.
I'm missing the paper.
I'm just coming over to hug and kiss him. Oh, gosh. Hi, honey. How are you? Amazing. All right.
Placing on the Southdown exhibitors flock, first William Wilds, second Katie Drum, third Kiara Gravel, fourth Molly Goblet Schubert, fifth Sarah Wilson, sixth Brooklyn Gould, seventh Olivia Mason, eighth Charlotte Dill, and ninth Cora Friedenstein. And there was only one Southdown Market lamb, and first place was Marie Claire DeRocher. Next up will be your Dorpers. The judges taking a 5-minute break, but start getting your Dorpers ringside.
Really, really nice set of border Leicester white rams out here for your champion ram. Talked about them a little bit in class. There's some subtle differences in that, and I think any of these would work for you for your breeding program. You have a yearling ram, a intermediate, and a late lamb. Different fleece, nicer fleeces on some of them than others, but they're all adequate fleeces and everything. from my standpoint, you can't get around that yearling ram today. I mean, it lends the side and everything, and the fleece quality on him. I think that's just a really good sheep. And then we'll follow with our intermediate buck lamb for reserve. Congratulations. I think he has a bright future also.
When they're on the travel, it's really hard to show their defects out of them. And this ram that we're starting this class with, when you put him in motion, he excels the rest of the class. He is up-fronted, up-headed, moves very well, handles his feet and legs well. He runs uphill the correct direction. He's extremely long hind saddled. He's a really nice kind of a ram. Ram here in second most closely follows him in type and kind, just gives up some overall volume and dimension of muscle, but nevertheless a long-sided, useful kind of a ram. We've got two rams here in third and fourth that are very similar in their type and kind. They're maybe a little less extended, a little less up, a little less out, a little thicker and more powerful, particularly the lamb in third, but they just don't have the gracefulness and elegance on the move, particularly the lamb in first has. And then these two lambs in fifth and sixth, lambs that are just maybe a little further behind in their condition and their overall maturity pattern to compete with the four lambs ahead of them. Thank you.
Just one here in our Dorper yearling buck class that, you appreciate the breed character about this ram's head. He's big and bold to that front end. He's long spine, big barrel, the way that we like to see this breed. If I'm going to get, constructive on this ram, I'd just like to maybe just clean his front end, that brisket up just a touch and strengthen those pasterns up today. But that's getting petty on a really good ram.
I think it's, when I'm evaluating a group of sheep, I'm always looking for the one that's different. And in this class, or in this set of rams, the one that's different is your yearling ram, and he'll be your champion Slickshorn Hampshire ram today. And it gets a little closer for reserve, but I think we're going to go ahead and use this ram lamb as reserve, as most closely following in type and kind to the yearling ram.
Over here in our Dorper ring, once again a one entry here on our fall buck. Good about his breed type. He's clean up through that front end, good in his barrel, good in his legs, and definitely likes to exhibit his manhood. But we greatly appreciate this ram and deserving of a blue.
placings on the white border Leicester Ram Show. First place yearling ram is Carly Malling. White senior ram lamb, first place Abigail Parks. Second, Carly Malling. Third, Abigail Parks. Fourth, Kaya Farrington. White junior ram lamb, first, Eva Garges. Second, Natalie Lane. Pair of white ram lambs, first place Abigail Parks. Champion white border Leicester ram is on the yearling ram of Carly Malling. And reserve champion is the senior lamb of Abby Parks. Best headed ram is on the yearling ram of Carly Malling.
I'm going to start this class with a ewe that is similar in type and kind to other ewes that I've used over the last 36 hours. She's a ewe that's really feminine and broody in her appearance, but still carries a lot of power down her top and down her outside of that hind leg. I don't think that we need to have these meat breed ewes be terminal in their shape. I think we still need to have a mind towards them going home, being productive for 5 to 6 to 7 years, and this is the kind of ewe that will do that. If I have to criticize her in any way, she is structurally not large enough. If there's such a thing as a sheep being too big, there's also such a thing as a sheep being too small. And in this case, I believe she's right on the edge of that. I mean, I do appreciate a lot of things about her, or she wouldn't be first. But if I could change her anyway, she'd look just like this, only 10% bigger. You here in second is a little more extended and fine in her appearance. She is a little higher flanked, a little harder handling, just a little drier and harder appearing. But you sure admire her overall length and capacity and just the general quality that she has. We have 3 ewes that are very similar in their type and design here in 3rd, 4th, and 5th. I suppose some people would say that they're the power ewes in the class. They are very thick, very heavily muscled. They are also very, very fat, and that is contributing to the way they appear today. They obviously have a lot of quality, a lot of broodiness and dimension to them. I just wish I felt like their dimension was more real and less counterfeit, maybe is the right word. And then a ewe down here in 6 that just does not have the scale and size and extension to compete with any of the ewes ahead of her today.
I had to take my turn on the mic here. This is the start of our Border Leicester female show in the white division, and these kids brought the smoke to town. I mean, there's five really, really good sheep out here, and that's taking nothing away from the terrier off the line. And we're kind of picking them, you know, apart a little bit. It's really subtle differences. I mean, at any given day, I think any one of these they're that good, you know, just that consistent of a group. But we're going to talk about them individually. The ewe we're starting with, when you get her on the move, that's where she excels the class. Straight as a string down her top, really moves free and easy. Got that front end on her to carry, really elegant looking. Maybe her fleece, they got her cut up a little hard on the side, so it takes a little bit away from her, but her fleece is pretty good from consistency, but just a nice complete sheep. Then second place there, really, really close, those two sheep. I mean, they're made kind of similar. Maybe she's a little more plain in her fleece. I think with some oil in that, we could probably remedy that for the next time around. I mean, it's not quite as curly as some of the other ones in there, but really, really complete sheep, just make a really close pair. Then we got a ewe there in third that I like the ewe for her body and the way she's built up to her front end. To balance that sheep, she needs to be deeper in her rear flank, and she needs to be just a touch stronger on those rear pasterns to get higher in this class. Excuse me. Then we have a ewe there in fourth, really extreme in her makeup, kind of shedding on the front there that makes her look a little different. But the wool that's there is really nice, prototypical Border Leicester wool. You know, I think as winter comes, that'll all remedy itself also. And following up with a nice sheep here in fifth that's presented really nicely, really nice fleece on it. Just doesn't have the length of side to run with these top 4 ewes in this particular class, but just 5 really, really tremendously good Border Leicester yearling ewes. Congratulations for a nice class.
Over here in the Dorper world, you know, these rams just kind of shook out pretty easily for me. You know, I appreciate the boldness and the breed type about this ram. He's very masculine in his makeup. But he's super impressive in that barrel and that rib shape and design, and that's what we're looking for in that breed type. Plus, he handles himself very thick across his top and down through that leg. Ram here coming in second, young man, just a little bit more racier type of sheep. You know, I appreciate the breed type about his head. I appreciate how this ram comes up out of his shoulder. Just gets a little too cylindrical in his design for me today. I'd like to open that rib up and get him dropped down, maybe get him a little bit thicker down through that leg to get him above our ram in first place. Really nice functional type lamb here, in ram coming out in third hole. Just doesn't quite have the mass and characteristics as the rams above him. You know, he's got the depth, he's got the leg. We just need to power him up a little bit to get him any higher in class. Young lady here coming out in fourth, another good breed type of sheep. Just need a little more power and substance in this ram to get him up above the others in the class.
Placings on the Hampshire Junior Ram Lamb class. First, Logan Thayer. Second, Caitlin Willard. Champion fitted Hampshire Ram is on the Junior Ram of Logan Thayer, and the reserve champion is the second place Junior Ram of Caitlin Willard. Hampshire fitted yearling ewes. First, Caitlin Willard. Second and third, Logan Thayer. Para yearling ewes, first place, Logan Thayer. Senior fitted Hampshire, first place, Caitlin Willard. Second, Logan Thayer. Hampshire fitted junior ewe lambs, first and second, Logan Thayer. Third and fourth, Caitlin Willard. Para ewe lambs, first, Logan Thayer. Second place, Caitlin Willard. Champion fitted Hampshire ewe is to Logan Thayer on his junior ewe lamb. Reserve champion is the senior ewe lamb of Caitlin Willard.
Well, another really high-end individual to start this class with as well. She's extremely long-bodied, extremely long-sided. She is by far the longest hind saddle ewe in this class. She's correct in her condition. She's really up-headed and up-fronted. You like the way her chest floor tucks up under her without being frail or shallow. Really love the way that flank is dropped into her. She's beautiful on the move. I think a very deserving winner. A ewe here in second most closely follows her in type and kind. She's a ewe that maybe we'd like to see that top line straighten out just a little bit, both on the stick and on the travel, to compete with the ewe ahead of her, but you sure admire her length and body and her true dimension and mass. Ewe here in third, very similar to the ewes ahead of her, that maybe just gives up some more dimension and mass to the two ewes ahead of her. A very extended, very nice kind of a ewe that probably just is a pound's light, especially in this first three. And then three ewes down here in fourth, fifth, and sixth that just do give up some dimension and some overall flank depth and straightness of lines to compete with the three ewes ahead of them. Thank you.
Here in the middle ring for a Dorper champion drive, very nice, sound, complete types of ram. We got a big yearling buck here. He's big and bold through that front end, big barreled, deep down through that leg. A ram that just likes to get a little posty in his leg at time. We definitely like to change him in those pasterns if we're going to get picky about this buck here. Very nice, complete ram here that's coming out in our fall lamb drive. We'd just like to give him a little bit more substance, a little more barrel in him to get, to improve on this sheep. Then we got into our spring and winter lambs. A ram lamb that's very complete. You like the breed type about him. You like the barrel. You like the leg on him. So with that being said, and then on our backside, our only competitor here, you appreciate the breed type about the other ram here in second hole. We just, like I said in class, body him up a little bit. But with that being said, I'm going to go out and name your champion in reserve.
Another really nice class. This is the intermediate ewe lambs in the border Leicester. Close pair in our first and second here. Both of them have really, really nice fleeces. Both of them are shown in short fleeces, and they're really, really strong down their top. I mean, they really tie in nice. And that probably her lamb in first over seconds, just the way she gets her neck coming out of the top of her shoulders, a little more elegant in her makeup. And when she moves, she holds herself together a little more true. But there again, a very close placing. Big strapping ewe here in third that I'd like to balance her a little bit. She's a little bit rougher made up through her front end. Not that I don't mind capacity in the sheep and that, because they all are going to go be moms someday, and they have to be able to eat forage and raise their babies and that. And I appreciate that on her. She just doesn't tie quite together the way in her front end to make her attractive enough to beat these top two ewes. And then we have a ewe here. I can speculate she's one of the younger ones in this class. Nice fleece on her and that. Real complete sheep. A little smaller in her stature and maybe a little finer bone compared to our top three to get her a little higher in the class. But another class, really deep class. Congratulations. Another nice class here in our late border Leicester class. Two nice sheep, a little difference in size considered. I can imagine there's some considerable difference in ages and that, but they're built pretty similar to one another. You know, they're very both straight down their tops, good capacity. Really like the body shape to them, the way they're balanced in that. Probably where one beats two is just right at the moment, just total length aside. I really like that ewe in second for just her structural correctness. She's just holds her head up naturally, and that looks like she's got a bright future to grow her out for this fall and then for a yearling. Big ewe there in a third that just struggles a little bit from a structural standpoint. I appreciate her fleece, but she just doesn't hold herself together on the move quite as nice as I'd like to see her to get above these top two. But then then you get down into 4, 5, and 6 lambs that look considerably younger, maybe not as structurally correct, maybe not the fleece quality, but good quality sheep nonetheless. Congratulations, nice class.
Placings on the Hampshire Slick Shorn Class 1. First place is Clayton Landis. Second place, Charlotte Dill. Third, Jackson Crisp. Fourth, Peyton Foster. Fifth, Peyton Foster. And sixth, Andrew Friedenstein. Hampshire Class 2 of the Yearling Ewe Slick Shorn. First place, Clayton Landis. Second, Chloe Stonesifer. Third, Charlotte Dill. Fourth, Cora Friedenstein. Fifth, Cora Friedenstein. And sixth, Henry Friedenstein.
There's just too much power here in this ewe lamb in first to get around for any of the rest of them in the ring. She is a little broader base. She does carry a little more chest, but you put your hands on this ewe and you'll find out why she's first. She is the longest hind-saddled ewe in the class. She's long-hipped. She's long-loined. She's really good on her feet and legs. Is she as highly presented as a couple of the other ones out here? No, she is not. But this is a youth show, and I think I need to be able to look past presentation in some of these issues. Just a tremendously good female. She's broody, she's stout, she's capacious, but she's still feminine, she's still elegant. There's just so many good things about her that she wins this class for me easily. You here in second, a little more up and out, a little more extended, does not have quite the muscle out of that down the outside of that hind leg, does not quite hold herself with as much top as the ewe in first, but a very elegant, very eye-appealing ewe. Ewe here in third is a little more of a combination kind of sheep. She's a little extended and she's a little powerful, but I'd sure like to improve her top. I'd sure like to make her run uphill, but a lot of great things about her. 2 years here in fourth and fifth. Ewe here in fourth is probably the most extended ewe in the class. She's also the shallowest, most tubular ewe in this class, and I really don't care for rear pasterns the way I probably do on some of the other ewes ahead of her. And a ewe here in fifth, a ewe that's just maybe a little thicker, a little coarser, plainer in her overall makeup. Sure admire her for her overall structural scale and thickness and dimension. Just maybe does not have the extension and femininity that she needs to compete with the ewes ahead of her.
Really, really, really quality and deep border Leicester white female show. I mean, I was just, the kids got them exhibited nice. They have them presented nice. I haven't found one that what I consider is a bad fleece in here. Then there's some different levels of preparation, but just really, really, I'm just really tickled with those 6 ewes out there to represent it. With that being said, I'm not going to dilly around. You can't get past these 2 yearling ewes. That's going to be your champion in reserve. Congratulations.
Over here in the Dorper side of things, I greatly appreciate this female that we start the class with. She's big and bold in her design and open in her rib and big in that hip. Feminine in her makeup. I just love the power and strength about this ewe's head. She kind of fits that what we're looking for in the breed right now. Maybe you'd like to see her just a little bit more extended. Maybe work on her showmanship to get that head up and get that neck out of her body. But just kind of a cool made type of female. I greatly appreciate the femininity. This ewe coming here in second. Is she most extreme? No, but she's about the most correct one here, especially when you get her out on the move. I really love her on the move. Like I said, if we could just power her up just a nickel, she'd probably walk the dog in this class here, but just a very feminine type of female. I love the Dorper breed type about her. Maybe we could lengthen her up in that hip just a skosh, but that's being petty on a good female. Young man here in that comes out in third hole. This ewe here, I just like, she's bold in her makeup and in her rib and her leg, but I just like to clean up that front end. When we break her out on the move, she's just starting to crack open in that blade for me here today. I'd like to smooth her up while that blade goes back into that body to get her any higher in class here. Young lady out here in the fourth hole, nice long spine, deep barreled, good type of female. A female that just, I'd like to change where that stifle lays in on her, try to keep them legs up out from underneath her when we get her on the move, maybe lengthen that hip out a nickel. Then the same thing here with the young lady that's coming out in our fifth place ewe. Like to maybe clean her up just a tad in that brisket. Otherwise, you love the femininity about her. Maybe open her up in that forerib, stretch her out a little bit, a little more bone work underneath her to get her any higher in the class today.
6 really high-quality individuals out for our champion U-Drive in the Slickshorn Hampshire division. We've talked about all of them individually in class. I think they're all very elegant. They're all carrying a lot of meat and muscle. They're all beautifully presented by their exhibitors. 6 ewes that all of you should be proud of. We'll go out and shake a couple hands and move on. Hampshire breeders, bring on your overall champion ram drive entrance. That'll be the champion slick and the champion fitted ram, followed by best headed Hampshire ram, and then we'll do overall champion ewe, followed by best headed ewe, and then the flock at the end. So be getting your sheep on deck, ready to go.
In our Dorper Fall ewe lamb class, you know, I appreciate once again the type and kind about this ewe that wins the class here. She's bold up to that front, but yes, she does have that femininity about her. She's clean in her points and where she rolls back into her body cavity. We're not getting a good look at her here totally today. She's a little anxious, but we got, when you sit there and analyze her and how that rib is and all lays together, she's got that depth of muscle that's down through the leg and it goes right down into that hock region, big and full across her top. I think she's a pretty handy winner here. You that we come in here in third or second, excuse me, you that, you know, probably more elevated up front, a little more feminine design up front, maybe like the just clean that brisket up a nickel. I think at you two, we need just to kind of pull that rib apart, drop that middle rib, kind of clean her up in that hip just a little bit to get her any higher in class. Very nice sound you here that we have coming out on third. You, when we get her on a move, I like to see her travel just a little bit on those rears, just ever so slightly. Also, I'd like to improve her at this stage in age. She's getting over 10 months. I'd like to see a little bit more pigmentation on the back end of this girl too.
For your overall champion Hampshire Ram for the show, we have actually 4 very high quality rams out here. We're going to use the rams here on this side as your champion in reserve, and the slick ram will be your champion overall Hampshire Ram, and the fitted ram will be reserve. Now in the ring will be Best Headed Hampshire Ram. If you want to be evaluated for Best Headed Hampshire Ram, get your ram in the ring. Now entering the ring should be the entries for the overall champion Hampshire ewe. Will be the fitted champion in reserve and the slick champion in reserve. Again, 4 extremely high quality individuals out here for your champion overall Hampshire ewe. Once again, we're going to stay on this side with the first places or the champions as our overall champions. In this case, we're going to use the ewe lamb as the overall champion Hampshire ewe and the yearling as the reserve. This ewe lamb to me is a special kind of an animal. Not that the yearling ewe isn't, but this ewe lamb, I'm excited to see what her future holds. Thank you.
over here in the Dorper side of things, you know, I greatly appreciate this ewe lamb that wins the class here today. She's very feminine in her design. She's very open in her rib, long spine. You look over her top, she doesn't, you know, disappoint you either. She's big and full in that loin, nice long rib, wide in that pin set. When you get her out on the move, she's probably the smoothest moving lamb that we have here in the class here today. Young man here that comes in the second place, a ewe lamb. Just like to clean her up, how she comes out of her shoulder at times. She gets a little bent neck. I think the biggest thing with me, I'd like to blow that rib apart, maybe widen her out in that pin set. But she's just, at times you catch her, she's just starting to get a nickel soft on that left rear pastern to get them any higher here, get her any higher here today. Lamb coming out here in third, you know, you like the type. I mean, there's a future there. She just needs a little bit more groceries to get caught up with these girls in front of her.
Results from your white Border Leicester yearling ram. First to Carly Malling. Your white Border Leicester senior ram lamb. First to Abigail Parks. Second, Carly Malling. Third, Abigail Parks. And fourth to Kaya Farrington. In your white junior ram lambs, first to Eva Gargis and second to Natalie Lane. Results of the white Border Leicester pair of ram lambs, first to Abigail Parks. Your white Border Leicester best-headed ram was Carly Malling with a yearling ram. The white Border Leicester champion ram was the yearling ram exhibited by Carly Malling. The reserve champion ram was the senior ram lamb exhibited by Abigail Parks. Your white Border Leicester yearling ewe results, first to Abigail Parks. Second, Eva Gargis. Third, Abigail Parks. Fourth, Carly Malling. Fifth, Gage Sather. Sixth, Kobe La Rochelle. And seventh, Kaya Farrington. First place pair of white Border Leicester yearling ewes was exhibited by Abigail Parks. Your Border Leicester white senior ewe lamb, first to Abigail Parks. Second, Carly Malling. Third, Oliver O'Keefe. And fourth, Abigail Parks. White Border Leicester junior ewe lambs, first, Colby La Rochelle. Second, Eva Gargis. Third, Kaya Farrington. Fourth, Emma Cheek. Fifth, Andrew Stanley. And sixth, Natalie Lane. Your white Border Leicester pair of ewe lambs, first to Abigail Parks. The white Border Leicester champion ewe was the first place yearling ewe exhibited by Abigail Parks. The reserve champion ewe was the second place yearling ewe exhibited by Eva Gargis. Your white Border Leicester best-headed ewe was exhibited by Gage Sather. The white exhibitors flock, first to Abigail Parks, second Carly Malling, third Eva Gargis, and fourth Kaya Farrington.
Here we, in our Border Leicester Natural Colored Junior Ram Lamb division, have 5 different kind of ram in here. With some of them, they're all good, but they all have some difficulties in that. We're going to start out with what I think is the most complete sheep from a skeletal standpoint, is being strong down his top, long loin. You get your hands on him, and he looks like he feels like he looks. You're real straight in his lines and that. You open that fleece up, really nice, complete fleece. Just a nice, complete sheep to win this class. ram there in second follows closely in type and kind. A little more coarser in his fleece makeup, maybe a little rounder off of both front end and rear end, and moves a little bit, struggles a little bit more than our first place ram. Ram here in third, I really like that ram. I thought he was going to win, but he's off in his mouth enough that he needs to be in third place. He's just a little scratchy there, and I worry about that down the road as he grows. Then we follow up with two rams down here that are just good solid sheep, maybe not structurally as correct off their leg structure and when you get them out on the move, but good solid, good bodied sheep with good fleeces. Congratulations.
Attention in the barns. We're ready to start the Oxford show in ring 3. We're going to start the show with a senior ram lamb, quantity of 1. If you have a senior ram lamb, now is your call to the ring.
Over here in the Dorper ring, our female drive, I think we have some females here that exemplify the Dorper breed and you know, what we're looking through. You know, they're bold, but yet female. They've got that rib design that we're looking for. You know, there's a lot of breed type out here. They're really good in their function and form. But I think for me today, I mean, there's two females that kind of fit are my type and kind. They're longer spine, yet have good rib. They're really female. They have that look and characteristics about them that you say, hey, they're going to lay down, have some babies. I'm not going to have to put a ton of work into that. And for me today, our champion reserve is going to be our 2 yearling ewes.
Very extended, correct, kind of a senior ram lamb to start our Oxford show with, a single entry. He's a ram with a lot of length of side and a lot of elevation underneath and at the point of his shoulder. A ram that you probably can take home and feed about as much as he'll eat. This ram would look a lot different with another 25 or 30 pounds on him, and I don't know what your ultimate goal is with him, but giving him some groceries and watching him bloom would really be a good plan. Thank you. Oxford Junior Ram Lambs to the ring.
Results of the natural colored Border Leicester Junior Ram Lambs. First to Clara Huckowitz, second to Gage Sather, third Hunter Hayes, fourth Gage Sather, fifth Devin Cranston. The natural colored Border Leicester pair of Ram Lambs, first to Gage Sather. The natural colored Border Leicester yearling ram was first place and your champion exhibited by Hunter Hayes. The reserve champion ram was a junior ram lamb exhibited by Clara Huckowitz. Results from the Slickshorn Hampshire Show. Pair of yearling ewes. First to Clayton Landis. Second, Charlotte Dill. Third, Peyton Foster. Fourth, Cora Friedenstein. Your Slickshorn Hampshire Junior ewe lambs. First to Clayton Landis. Second, Cora Friedenstein. Third, Charlotte Dill. Fourth, Jackson Crisp. Fifth, Peyton Foster. Sixth, Andrew Friedenstein. Seventh, Jackson Crisp. Eighth, Weston Jakeman. Ninth, Cora Friedenstein. 10th, Henry Friedenstein. And 11th, Peyton Foster. Your champion Slickshorn Hampshire ewe was the first place Class 2 yearling ewe exhibited by Clayton Landis. Your reserve champion ewe was the Slickshorn yearling ewe exhibited by Chloe Stonecipher.
Our Oxford Ram Lamb Show, we're going to start the class with the best moving, best bodied sheep in the class. He's tremendously wide down his top. He's got a world of product and mass to him. For a big, bold buck, he's extended and has some neck and attitude about him that you sure can appreciate. He's really got nice Oxford breed type and character. Some of you may think it's too dark. I would refer you to the standard that says anything other than white or black. And he is not either one of those, so he passes as far as I'm concerned. One caution that I would say about this ram, and if we were a month later in this and it was still the case, I would have downgraded him for it. I would like to see him with some more testicular development, but given his age and given the time of year, I'm not going to roll him for it. But it's something to keep an eye on as you move into breeding season to make sure that this ram is going to be able to get used settled for you in a month or 2 months from now. The ram here in second, maybe a little less highly polished than the ram ahead of him. A ram that if you're looking for a more traditional breed type animal, this is the animal for you. He is lighter colored, he is woollier. That is not something that I look for, but I understand if others do. He's a ram that has a lot of length of side, a lot of practicality and usefulness about him, a good exhibit for the young lady. And then two lambs down here that are very similar in their type and kind, lambs that have not been pushed, lambs that have not had the kind of feed and preparation put into them to compete with the two lambs ahead of them today. Thank you.
Results from the Hampshire exhibitor flock. First to Clayton Landis. Second, Logan Thayer. Third, Charlotte Dill. Fourth, Caitlin Willard. Fifth, Jackson Crisp. Sixth, Peyton Foster. Seventh, Andrew Friedenstein. Eighth, Henry Friedenstein. Your best-headed Hampshire ram was exhibited by Logan Thayer. Your overall champion Hampshire ram was the Slickshorn yearling ram exhibited by Clayton Landis. Your reserve overall champion ram was the fitted junior ram lamb exhibited by Logan Thayer. The best-headed Hampshire ewe was exhibited by Caitlin Willard. Your overall champion ewe was the fitted junior ewe lamb exhibited by Logan Thayer. Your overall reserve champion Hampshire ewe was the Slickshorn yearling ewe exhibited by Clayton Landis.
As an Oxford breeder that time is having its way with, I confess that it really does my heart good to see young people exhibiting Oxford sheep, and especially when they're exhibiting Oxford sheep of the caliber of some of these. We're going to make this ram lamb here on my side, your champion ram. He is obviously the highest quality ram in the show. He's just a really beautiful, nice kind of a ram for the young ladies. She should be very proud of him. And we're going to use the second place lamb as your reserve. A little more traditional kind of a sheep, but nevertheless a lot of quality in him as well.
Congratulations here in the natural colored yearling ewes, border Leicesters, kind of like our white border Leicesters. These kids came to play. I mean, there's some really nice ewes in this class. And the ewe we're starting with, when she get that sheep on the move, she's fighting a young lady a little bit. When you getting on that sheep on the move, she just says, pick me, pick me. You know, real elegant up through her front end, moves pretty nicely. And you get your hands on her. She's got a good fleece and really straight in her lines. Two really, really long ewes here in second and third. The ewe we're starting with here, our ewe in second. I'd like to get her a little higher in her front end, you know, just a little bit running uphill to make her a little more attractive. Got a nice fleece on her. And then the ewe in third, tremendously long. Probably like to give her a little bit more bone, a little more depth, you know, to balance her out for her overall length and that. Then we have two big ewes here in fourth and fifth. Got good fleeces on them. The ewe in fourth, she's not quite right structurally off her front end. Her front legs move around a little bit. And then the ewe in fifth is a big old girl that it looks like she hasn't missed too many meals. I'd like to see her in a little more slender to evaluate her at another time, but fits in nicely into fifth place. Congratulations.
Bring on your fitted Oxford yearling ewes. Fitted.
Results for the Oxford Senior Ram Lamb, first to Rowan Parker. Results for Oxford Junior Ram Lambs, first to Addison Nicholson, second Hannah Cargill, third Rowan Parker, fourth Adelaide Parker. First place pair of Oxford Ram Lambs went to Rowan Parker. Best headed Oxford Ram, Adelaide Parker. The Oxford Champion Ram was the first place Junior Ram Lamb exhibited by Addison Nicholson. The Reserve Champion Oxford Ram was the second place Junior Ram Lamb exhibited by Hannah Cargill. Congratulations.
Interesting class of Oxford yearling ewes. We're going to start this class with a ewe that what you see is absolutely what you get. She's been shown in short fleece everywhere. She's had her belly sheared and washed, and that's been the extent of what's happened to her to get ready for this show. I admire the honesty of her preparation. You put your hands on her, she's really good. She gets around the ring well. She's not wool blind. She's colored adequately. Just, I think, a very deserving winner of this show. Start you here in seconds, a little closer to the ground, a little more traditional in her presentation and size. A ewe that to me just needs to be a little more upstanding and have a little more dimension and structural scale to compete with the ewe ahead of her. And a ewe here in third, a ewe that just does not move the way that we'd like her to move to get any higher in this class today. Thank you. Bring on your single entry in the Slick Shorn Yearling Ewe Show.
Two nice senior ewe lambs here in the Border Leicester Natural Colored show. A ewe lamb here that shows me a lot of length of side and a body capacity. Really got a nice lustrous fleece, really cool looking when you get her opened up. Really like just a nice luster and shine to it and that. Following up with a ewe there with another really exceptional fleece on her. Probably shortens up a little bit on the side view and shortens up a little when you get her out on the move. But two nice ewes. Congratulations.
I couldn't even hear it out there. Now, well, part of that was because of the noise of them, but.
Single exhibit in our Slick Shorn Yearling Ewe class. There's a lot to recommend this ewe. She's upstanding, she's clean, she's trim, she's feminine. I'd like to see her more comfortable on her feet, but I'm pretty sure that's an organic cause, not a structural cause, and I'm sure that can be cured as we move forward. But again, a very useful kind of a sheep as the young people start a project. Thank you.
Results from your Dorper show. First place yearling ram was exhibited by Victoria Robinson. Your first place Dorper senior ram lamb was exhibited by Emery Dill. Dorper junior ram lambs, first to Blake and Thomas Huff, second Peter DeStefano, third Blake and Thomas Huff, and fourth to Vanessa Robinson. The Dorper pair of ram lambs, first place Blake and Thomas Huff. Your best headed ram was exhibited by Peter DeStefano. The champion Dorper ram was exhibited by Blake Huff with a junior ram lamb. The reserve was exhibited by Victoria Robinson with a yearling ram.
really pleased with the quality here in this late class of Border Leicester.
Single entry in our Oxford Fall ewe lamb class, and a worthy entry she is. Really upstanding, up-headed kind of a sheep. She's long-sided, long-bodied, long hind-saddled. A lot of things to like about this ewe. She's good on her feet and legs. Really an exciting kind of an animal to move forward with in your project.
Results of the Oxford yearling ewe class. First to Rowan Parker, second and third to Hannah Cargill. Oxford slick-sheared yearling ewe results. First to Rowan Parker. Oxford pair of yearling ewes. First to Rowan Parker, second to Hannah Cargill. Oxford senior ewe lamb. First to Hannah Cargill.
I was just wondering where the receiver is for it.
We'll try this microphone. Is this better, everybody? So, really nice class of junior natural colored border Leicesters. Really nice straight made sheep, really elegant up through that front end. Really good down its top. When you get it out on the move, this little ewe lamb travels around in the ring. And then you open up that fleece, and it's really a nice consistent fleece with a lot of character in that, and just a nice complete sheep to win this class. Following up here, the ewe that probably closely resembles it in its makeup is our ewe here in second, a little bigger made. She might be a little bolder through her front end, and I'd like to clean that up to get her to beat this first place ewe lamb, but just a really nice complete sheep, logical second. Have a really young looking appearing lamb there in third that I like the straightening of the lines on it, and I like the fleece quality on that lamb. Looks like it's going to continue to grow, and looks like it has a bright future. Following up there in fourth and fifth with two nice made sheep, got a lot of natural body capacity and muscle to them. They're just not as nice in their lines and not as made as structurally correct as our top three ewes, and therefore they're in fourth and fifth. But a nice deep class. Congratulations.
Testing.
I'm going to start this class with a ewe that is definitely not the structurally largest ewe in the class, but a ewe that puts all of her pieces together just beautifully. She is very, very loose on the move. She is very straight and correct in her lines. She's really good on her feet and legs. She's very feminine. She has really good Oxford breed type and character. She runs uphill the both ways. She is the longest hind-saddled ewe in this class, and she is correct in her condition. You hear in second when she walks in the ring, you think, well, that's what I need to look at. And then you put your finger in her mouth and she scratches you with her teeth. And it's, if they were all this way, I'd ignore it, but she's the only one in the ring with a bad mouth. And it's not terrible, and it may improve with time. When she shoots her yearling teeth, she may be good. But for right now, they're pretty scratchy for me to use any higher than second in this class. You are in third, a very youthful appearing ewe, a ewe that obviously has not been to the feed bunk as many times as the two ahead of her, but a ewe that has a lot of promise and future to her. Likewise, the ewes here in fourth and fifth that maybe just give up some structure and straightness to compete with the three ewes ahead of them. Thank you.
Finishing up our natural colored border Leicester female show here. 6 really, really nice individuals out here. Very, very happy with the fleece quality. There again, like I talked about them in the white border Leicester, these kids got to be commended because they really have these sheep presented nicely. They got a nice shape to them. They have their wool where it handles well, you know. And I'm just really proud of how good they did. As parents and leaders, you ought to be proud of them. So congratulations. Pretty easy champion here. Then it gets a little close for reserve, but we'll go out and pick your champion reserve natural colored border Leicester. Thanks again for the opportunity to judge these sheep. It's been a lot of fun looking at all these wool sheep and that. So congratulations. We'll go out and pick your champion reserve.
This is a really nice pattern, kind of a lamb with a lot of structure to build on going forward. I guess my advice would be don't be afraid to get these young lambs in front of some feed and plenty of it. This lamb could take a lot of groceries and really blossom and do some interesting things. Thank you.
Results from the Dorper Yearling U class. First, Blake and Thomas Huff. Second, Peter DeStefano. Third, Blake and Thomas Huff. Fourth and fifth, Vanessa Robinson. Sixth, Vanessa Robinson. Seventh, Emery Dill. Eighth, Peter DeStefano. Dorper pair of yearling ewes. First, Blake and Thomas Huff. Second, Peter DeStefano. Third, Vanessa Robinson. Dorper senior ewe lambs. First, Blake and Thomas Huff. Second, Victoria Robinson. Third, Victoria Robinson. Dorper junior ewe lamb results. First, Victoria Robinson. Second, Blake and Thomas Huff. Third, Peter DeStefano. Dorper pair of ewe lambs. First, Blake and Thomas Huff. Second, Victoria Robinson. Your Dorper champion ewe was the first place yearling ewe exhibited by Thomas Huff. Dorper reserve champion ewe was the second place yearling ewe exhibited by Peter DeStefano. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Your Dorper best-headed ewe was exhibited by Vanessa Robinson. Dorper exhibitor flock, first place, Blake and Thomas Huff. Second, Victoria Robinson. Third, Peter DeStefano. And fourth, Vanessa Robinson.
Bring on your fitted yearling ewe for the champion Oxford Drive. Congratulations on 6 high quality, or 7, I guess, high quality Oxford ewes out here for our champion Oxford Drive. We're going to stay here on this side with our first place winners. We're going to start this class. Your champion ewe will be your first place ewe lamb out of the ewe lamb class, and your reserve will be the fitted yearling ewe up here on this end. Ready for the Oxford Flock class. There'll be 3 entries in this class.
Placings on the colored border Leicester yearling ewes. First, Clara Huckowitz. Second, Caitlin Mailing. Third, Caitlin Mailing. Continuing on the Border Leicester Colored Yearling ewe, 4th place was Hunter Hayes. 5th was Devin Cranston, 6th Grace Davis, and 7th Hunter Hayes. Pair of yearling ewes, 1st place Caitlin Mailing, 2nd Hunter Hayes. Senior ewe lamb placing, 1st Grace Davis, 2nd Hunter Hayes. Junior colored Border Leicester, 1st is Clara Huckowitz, 2nd Hunter Hayes, 3rd Clara Huckowitz, 4th Devin Cranston, and 5th Devin Cranston. Pair of ewe lambs, 1st Hunter Hayes, 2nd Clara Huckowitz, 3rd Devin Cranston. Champion Border Leicester ewe is on the yearling ewe of Clara Huckowitz. Reserve champion is the senior ewe lamb of Grace Davis. Best headed Border Leicester, 1st was Grace Davis. Exhibitor flock, black Border Leicesters, 1st was Clara Huckowitz, 2nd Hunter Hayes. Best fleece belonged to Hunter Hayes on his yearling ram.